Yo, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to another stream here on the Pokerstaples channel. Thanks so much for joining me on this beautiful Sunday. Oh my goodness. It's game time. The Grand Prix Summer is in action, so we're going to be playing that. Grand Prix, of course, a throwback to when we used to do some stuff with McLaren and F1. We don't anymore, but what a race today. Holy smokes. Did you guys watch that? Insanity. Insanity. George Russell DQ'd after the race because his car was too light by, I think, 2 pounds, pound and a half. So Lewis Hamilton wins the race. Crazy, man. Very crazy race. Excited to get into the action and play some cards today. Got the regular stuff going on. The Super 215, the 215 Big Sunday, the Super 320, the Masters, the main event to the Grand Prix. Grand Prix side events. We got the $11 big quarter going on, and we're actually going to give away some tickets too. So should be a great day. Let's make it count, man. Let's make it happen. Thank you all so much for being here. Let's register some tournaments and get down to business. First one is going to be the Super 215. Just going to make sure my sound is off and it pops up correctly. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Beauty. There it is. Good stuff. This is a knockout, so we're going to put it in green. We already have a bounty available just to the left of us. So definitely want to pay attention to this. Oh, and here's a bounty. I mean, we're not folding here. I think we just jam over the top, honestly. Because this bounty is super valuable. So, yeah. First hand in the tournament, we're all in. Good luck to us. Hope this goes well, man. This is really going to set the tone for today. I think. Are we champions or are we tragic case? Ooh, okay. So this is a really big side pot, though. This was basically for a full start stack, right? It would have been for the 81,000. We weren't going to win the bounty because they had 9s, but that's okay. And we just try again in a moment, basically. But yeah, not exactly what we wanted to have happen there. First hand of the tourney. Ace-3 suited. I think we jammed this in there too. They get to call very wide. Very, very wide. So this is actually a value jam. I'm hoping that they do call wide. Because if they don't, then it's probably not a great play. But I think they will. As I sort of register everything and get it going here. Welcome one, welcome all. I started the stream a little early because I misclicked by accident as we get it in ahead. There it is. Okay, back to 25K. So here we go. In green, the Grand Prix Summer Super 55. I have to go live on Facebook in a second. There we go. And this is the main event here. Have not made it through with the day 2 yet, but we're going to work on that today. And then last up, we have the 55 Masters. To put us on 6 tables. This one is actually a freeze out. But yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you're having a great one. And let's win all the marbles. Is that... Can we say that? There we go. Sweet. Good luck, Jimmy. Thanks, man. Hello. What's going on YouTube? Anthony Chambers. Good to see you in the house. Hello, B-Car. My... Mon amour? My love, I think. I think that's how you say my love, but I don't know for sure. Raise up the 7s. Pop up the Facebook chat. We're doing it. We really are doing it. Okay, sweet. In action. Hello, PGD. Congrats on winning the home game. We have a home game champion. PGD Poker gets the love of the chat for the man. He earned it. He did. He knocked me out. I think he knocked out Rebecca too, but I'm not sure. That's the way it goes, man. Raise it up here. We got Matty Ice on our table. Good luck, Matty. All right. Open, get 3-bet here. We're going to call. They can 3-bet really wide. Ace, King, 8 on the flop. Bit of a tough spot on the turn. We flop a pair. Okay, we might have the best hand. Okay. But we do have to remember that they 3-bet pre-flop. It's a bounty. So they're going to 3-bet a wide range, but that contains a lot of aces, right? They bet 1,200. This makes it a very simple call. Getting about 10 to 1. There's nothing we really need to do there. Just call. If they have queens, they're probably going to start checking down, right? Like queens, jacks, tens. Jacks just made a set. If they have a similar hand like king, queen, king, jack, king, 10, they're going to check unless they just made 2 pair. I think it's fine. They bet 4,500 on the turn. Now we've got a tough decision. I think fold is fine. I think that's okay. What is up, Jay Loftus on Facebook? Been watching for about a year. Love how you walk through your thought process in hands. Just be tagged as educational content. Took what I've learned and made £700 in a cash game on Friday. So cheers, congrats, man. Epic result, as we're going to go all in here. And yeah, cheers, man. Congrats on the success in the cash game. I'm glad I could be of some help to you. Good luck, man. Thank you, Roberto Hansen. What's up, man? Hello, Arevian X on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. What's up? What's up, one and all? Call for 70,000 here. In position with the ace-6. They check. We will check. I don't think we need to bet here. Okay, we'll go for a bet and then check river. It's a thin bet from us, right? It's hard to get worse hands to pay us off by betting here, but it also is nice to get protection, and we are going to have a lot of draws that can conceivably bet in this spot, so go for it. We do value owner self against 7-8, but we probably, here's something worth thinking about in that spot as we lose ace-queen to Matty Ice's aces for 23 blinds in the bounty. We'll re-enter. In that spot where we had third pair against second pair, we're probably going to lose one bet anyways, right? Like if it goes check, check on the river, they're going to bet, we're going to call. And like, yes, when they have bluffs, that's going to work really well for us, right? Because we're going to catch a bluff. But just with that specific hand, we're kind of losing the same amount of money, whether we bet the turn or we check the turn and call the river. That doesn't inform whether it's a good strategy or not. It's just worth keeping in mind, I'd say. Okay, so we're back in for another bullet. We got Subhype coming in on Twitch. Lord Tupperware dropping the 21-month resub. Gets a love of the chat for your boy, Lord Tupperware. Thanks, man. Thank you, dude. Do you play any WCP, Jamie? I did not. Did you? Austin Dutchick, good luck today, dude. Thank you, man. That was on YouTube. Appreciate you. Good luck, brother, says Johnny Woo on Facebook. Thank you. In progress as we take one down with Queen Jack. Thank you, David Gray, as well on Facebook. What's up? Evening from Birmingham, UK. What's up, James? James, good to see you, man. Hello. Gotta fold here. Okay, the tens, possible. Could do something with the tens. Trying to increase the size of my... There we go. Okay, I got it. Of my text. King Jack suited. How do we want to play this? I think all of the options are available. Except for fold. We can call, we can 3-bet folds, we can 3-bet call, and we could jam. They're raising in the cutoff. That makes this still very close. I'm going to call. The problem with jamming is that King Queen might call, and then King 10 folds. So it doesn't accomplish a ton. It's very playable post-flop as well. They jam for a half stack. Oh, this is a non-bounty. Never mind. That doesn't matter. They rejam, we fold. Okay. Ace 10, ace 10. Well, if I knew I was up against a couple ace 10s, I would have got it all in. There we go. Mi amor in Spanish. I don't know French, but it should be similar as they're both romantic languages. Yeah. I should figure that out. We get 4-bet here, we call, but we're in a bit of a nightmare spot. Ace Queen 7 is not good. Let's translate. Mon amour. Just check raise here, especially covering for a bounty with the open-ender. Backdoor diamond draw might be good too. Go for it against Queen Jack. Okay, that's one of our outs, but still decent equity here with a $50 bounty in play. Does not go as planned. We got sub hype coming in on Twitch. J-Dom, the legend. What's up, brother? How are you, J-Dom? Good to see you in the house. I'm going to see you very soon in person, brother. Playground Poker. As he drops a pack of gifted subs, 5 gifted subs coming in. Thank you, man. One Mark Maker, Duber 4, Daywalker, Big Dart Energy, and G-Cat. Welcome to the team, courtesy of your boy, J-Dom. Thank you, brother. Looking forward to playing the tournament in a few days, right? I think it's on like Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. Thursday. There it is. Thursday, a $200 tournament at Playground. I will be there and get to meet the legendary J-Dom in person, man. It'll be fun. It'll be very fun. Thanks for the 5-pack, man. Welcome. Jamie was right. Monomar. Let's go. My party poker in England has crashed. It's the first I've heard of that being an issue today. If anyone else has issues, let me know. You can always send an alert to the party poker people. But I suspect it's probably just you. But, you know, let's see. Let's see. Good luck, brother. Thank you. Hello, my friend. How are you? What's up? Things are great. Luca. Excited to be playing some cards today. And chilling, man. Relaxing. What's up with you? All right. So we have 208,000. How did I win all these chips? I don't know yet. Ace, Queen, 8s. Oh, you start with $1 million in this tournament. We don't have all these chips. I thought I had double starting stack. No, you lost a flip. That's hilarious, I think. That is hilarious. All right, 3-betting ace queen suited. Here we flop top pair with kind of a short stack, so I would not be surprised if we get all this money in right here. 3,300. Whew. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Very concerned about king, jack, king, queen here, but there's 20,000 in the middle. I don't know. Like, seems like the line. I think we're obviously content with king, jack, and king, queen here. King 10 seems like one where it's like, are we really gonna flat when there's the straight and flush draws out there? We've got a bouncy in our head. So I'm not 100% convinced on this, but let's see how it goes. Well, we're behind. We are behind. Flush draw, ace king. That's too bad. Back in the 320. Bullet 2. What's up, T, on Facebook? Good to see you. Booyah. Hello. Welcome. Checking. Pretty bad. Good luck, bro. Thank you, A, on Facebook. Thanks, man. All right, so let's get this all in. Hopefully get something going in the right direction would be nice. Man, I am physically tired today, chat. Holy smokes, I did such a lot of biking last night. I biked for hours, dude. I feel it in my legs, 100%. Good luck, Jimmy. Cheers from Sweden. Thank you, Jim. How are you, man? Appreciate you. Let's go 2 for 2 here. King 10 against 6s last time. I thought that was our moment to get back to starting stack. Speaking of, we're in the 320 here. Close as to whether we want to defend, but I think we do for the cheap price. Matty Ice is all in with a bounty on his head for $75. We're covering 2 opponents here. We're probably going to be calling. Oh, man. Do we gamble? Probably. We probably gamble here, covering 2 bounties. And having a big stack is really valuable, as we do not make a straight there. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think we go for it here. This is what we don't want to see. Heart? Oh my goodness, imagine the heart, bro. Oh, but quads, never mind. Okay. Well, we're just going to continue our busting bonanza. And we have 2 fresh stacks. I mean, doing my part, man, to contribute to the tournament ecosystem today. C'est bon. Salut, Shaheen, ça va? Bienvenue à mon stream. Et merci pour ton attention. I don't know if attention is French. Let's see. Attention, yeah. Consciousness goes for the raise onto the gun. I don't know how I want to play this ace-4 suited. 19 blinds. 3-bet fold, I guess, on 20 blinds. We can do the big quarter giveaway whenever you like. Yeah, okay. Well, let's start it now. So, I think I have YouTube and Facebook open as well. I think we have 10 tickets to give away. So, how do I want to do this? First of all, to win tickets, you have to have a valid Party Poker account that can play on the international Party Poker. So if you're in the US, you can't do it. If you're in Ontario, you can't do it. So how about we do this? I'm gonna choose 10 people at random. And how about we actually get Rebecca to do this, okay? Rebecca is going to choose 10 people at random from either Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. And to enter, all you have to do is type where you're watching from, preferably city and country, just so that I can check it out. Where you're watching from, and then your Party Poker screen name, okay? Where you're watching from, your Party Poker screen name is the last part of the message. And Rebecca's going to choose 10 people at random. Once she chooses 10 people, she will post a list in all 3 chats so we can see who wins. And you will all have a ticket to the $11 big quarter, which is coming up very, very soon. I'll be playing some flights today. There's a tab in the Party Poker lobby for the big quarter. $11 buy-in, $150,000 guarantee. Day 2 is August 5th. There you go. August 5th, chat, is day 2. Okay. So if you just missed out on the giveaway, I'll just refresh in case 10 people didn't participate, which is possible. We're pretty early into the stream here. You have to be able to play on Party Poker. And you want to type in where you're watching the stream from with your Party Poker screen name at the end of that message. Rebecca is going to choose 10 people at random from the chats, and if you win, you're gonna get an $11 big quarter ticket for Party Poker. Hope you're having a better weekend than me, mate. I broke my leg yesterday, 42 years old, first time I ever broken a bone. Stu Kennedy. Dude, that totally sucks. I'm sorry, man. That totally sucks. I hope it heals quickly, and sorry, man. That's gotta be brutal. Got to be brutal. Gotta fold our 2 pair, unfortunately, pretty sadly. Defending the big blind here with Queen 8. Flop is Ace Queen 7. It's a decent flop, but it's quite difficult to play when we're 10 blinds deep and they raise an early position. It's like, you know, pretty strong ace-x range, generally. They bet 50,000. That makes it pretty simple to play, I'd say. Just call and then fold turn, especially on that turn if they decide to bet again. Nice, love seeing you play from Sweden, says Bjorn. Thanks, man. Where did you guys go on bike? Where didn't we go, man? Shaheen is a local, so he knows. Started in St. Henry, biked down the canal, up Peel Street to the Museum of Fine Arts. Actually, I went to the Museum of Fine Arts yesterday afternoon to check out an exhibit with a few people I'm in a book club with on some Japanese prints, which was really cool. So I did that in the afternoon, went home to the museum, back home. Back out to the museum, Rebecca went to a Fantasia Film Fest movie, so I biked with her for about 35 minutes. And then I biked to the Comedy Ha, which is like the new Just for Laughs. Watched comedy for about 20 minutes outside at the free stage. And then I biked east of the bridge to watch the fireworks. Like near, you know, just past Papineau or whatever. And then I biked back to the museum to pick up Rebecca. And then we biked back to St. Henry. So yeah, a good 3 hours on the bike yesterday. It was a lot. It was a lot, man. Ace 5-0. Gonna complete for 1250. We were all in with the sixes. Not an amazing hand, but when you're only 9 blinds deep, like, it's gonna be profitable. Croatia, Ozjek, there it is. Marin Sunik has got the first screen name in. Rebecca is picking. Raise, folding ace 420 blinds deep is not the play. Stack of position is the shove or flat or fold. There's never small raises. You don't think so on 19 blinds? Against under the gun? I'd be surprised, but no, possible. Certainly possible there's no 3-bet folds. If there's ever going to be a 3-bet fold, though, it's going to be ace 4, ace 5. Watching from Wolverhampton, England, the Wolf 88. There we go. What's up? Liverpool, England, JM 8201. What's up? Northamptonshire, England, Mr. Parrish 822. Hello. Hello, hello. We got quite a few. Wow. Bit of 10 bands we call. Barnsley, Yorkshire, UK. Kicking King, King, King. Wow. Lot of K's in that screen name, man. There's a lot. The Knockout King, dude. We obviously call here when we pick up the flush draw. We're bluff catching, right? Open that they're bluffing, but we pick up equity. And we just hit it like it's our job. Nice that it worked on the third time in this tournament. All in with queens in the 55 Masters. Queen's ace king. We lose. Too bad. Okay, and we're out of that tournament totally. So let me take a look and see. The big quarter might be time for the big quarter. But there is some bigger buy-ins today too that I don't want to miss. 109 Sunday Party. We need to start with that one for sure. 2-day tournament. Tens against ace 10. That's gorgeous. It's a great lineup for us to get actually up to a double stack now. We're on 2 million. Remember when at 200,000 I thought we had double stack? Well, now we actually have a double stack on 2 million. Okay. So brand new 109 Sunday party going in here. Gonna just change the buy-in in the live hand viewer. Boom. We race against Muggy. Watching from Winnipeg, Canada. Han Solo 27. What's up, Sebastian? Turku, Finland. JJ Granite. What's up? Hello. Rebecca choosing the screen names. If you guys missed out, I think we're close to 10 now, I would say, but we're choosing at random. If you're watching from a place around the world that can play on Party Poker, you put where you're watching from, city, country, and then your Party Poker screen name is the last part of the message. We're going to choose 10 people to win $11 big quarter tickets, which is going on right now on Party Poker. Playing over 40s football in preseason friendly. Stu with the broken leg. Made a save, foot planted and twisted, stabbed my fibula in half. Ouch. Oh, dude. Dude. No. Don't like that. Do not like that one bit, man. Just don't. Imagine how you feel about it. Sheesh. Gyataki. What's Gyataki? Looks like Gyat. And then Taki at the end. Which is one of my most common memes at the moment, to be honest. Gyataki. Got a list going. Still some tickets left. There we go. All right. I just did a re-up, so you'll probably hear some in a few minutes. Over the nines, they 3-bet. Of course, we're all in here on 16 blinds. Good luck, us. Please have the best hand. We do against eights. Oh. Sometimes you run hot. Sometimes you don't. Okay. We probably get the big quarter now. Because of this disaster we've all just witnessed. Okay, it starts in 18 minutes. Okay. We can't even get in there yet. Let's get the 109 Bounty Hunter 7 max. Also starting in 18 minutes, but I'm going to pre-register just to make sure it fires. If any of you are 109 players out there, hop in the 109 with me. That starts in 18 minutes. 14 when you hear this. London, England, backdoor quads. There it is. There it is. He got his name in. Does he get a ticket? I don't know. It's up to Rebecca. Rebecca chooses the champions. All right. Ace Queen offsuit here. This is going to be an all-in. A 3.5x raise from ABCD. I mean, probably this is strong. But strong doesn't mean like queens plus an ace king, right? But usually with these big raises, my feeling as of late as I've been watching is that they're strong hands usually. But let's see if we get action. Right, we're shoving for 21 blinds. Both opponents cover us. There is no bounty in play here. So there's no extra reward if they bust us. It's just for the chips. We get in against ace 7, which is pretty wide. Too wide, right? Like, they should fold to the raise in the first place, in the cutoff. And then when we squeeze all in, they should have folded in the first place. So it's obviously too wide on the re-squeeze. Look, Jamie, thank you, Florian. And what's up? Good luck from England. Thank you, bro. Gonna bet the river. We check raise flop and then it goes check, check, turn. I don't know. Like, seems like a value bet on the river. Win a little pot there. Okay, cool. Fold the juice 5. 2 left. Okay, there's room for 2 left. There's one on Facebook. Connor LF watching from Ottawa, Ontario. Can't do Ontario, man. Can't do Ontario with the free tickets, but thanks for watching nonetheless. So, if you're watching around the world, we're going to choose a couple screen names. If you're in a place that can play on the global party poker, so it can't be America, can't be Ottawa, for example, or like Ontario, for example. What city and country are you watching from? And then what's your party poker screen name? That is the test at hand. We're going to choose 10 people at random. I think we've got 8 already. So feel free to chime in. And probably this will be the last time I'll say this message because I imagine we'll get up to 10. I'm going to guess. 5-6 suited here. Definitely going to at least call. It's an option to jam too, but I think it's too wide. I don't think we need to jam in 6-high. What's up, Sunil Kumar? We are playing 5 tables right now. Japanese fish prints ink taxidermy. Google it. Oh, I've never heard of that. Gyataki. Very interesting. Okay. I need to actually remember who it was that I saw yesterday. I put it on my Instagram story so I can... You guys will know who it is if you're art buffs at all. Flush is good. Tokaido. Dreamscapes by Ando Hiroshige. There you go. Woodblock prints of traveling from Edo to, which is Tokyo now, but used to be called Ida, to forget the other town's name, but it's like west, directly west of Tokyo. I thought it was such a novel idea. The idea of going on like a 15 or 16 day walking trip, right? You know, people do that with hikes, but then creating art over the 15 days at different spots along the trail is, I don't know, it's like a very cool idea, I think. So, thank you, Kevin Martins. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you. Check here. A6 wins on the end. Matty Bands. Mr. Ice has won the pot. This is very promising, I'd say. Ooh. Raising early position. Now it's just a fold, I'd say, though. We can either 3-bet fold or fold. Calling, I think, is poor. Testing 1, 2. Good luck from Kent, England. Staples. What's up, Robert Reynolds? How are you? Thanks for tuning in on YouTube. Appreciate you. Let's call again. I don't think there's any reason to raise here. If we don't hit, we've got a 1 pair of ace. And if we do hit, let's hope they keep betting here. Come on, keep betting, Bree. Keep betting. They're going to shut down. Come on, man. Ace 9. Okay, fine. If we lead all in, they're going to fold. It's tough to get more money from that hand, but it's too bad. I was obviously hoping to get all the cash there. With our rivered flush. Matthew Ice calls in the big blind. Go for a half pot bet. I think we want to go for some bigger sizings here. On this board texture, Jack 10 deuce unconnected. There's going to be a lot of draws, a lot of 1 pair hands. We raise under the gun. So yes, we have ace king, ace queen, king queen sort of hands. But we also have jacks, we have tens, we have queens, kings, aces, we have nut draws. So yeah, we have a lot going on. Turn queen. Going big. Going big, of course. Rebecca, Montreal, Canada. You unfortunately cannot win. Rebecca, you're giving away the tickets, unfortunately. You are giving away the tickets, so... rolling in the river, especially blocking the flush here. Cork, Ireland, Kevin Cotter. There it is. Norway. What's up, Ivan? Good to see you. Ciao, Jamie from Italy. What's up, Paul Expo? Welcome. Mr. Ice in the 320 has the queen 10, calls down. Yeah, tough spot. Blocks the diamonds with the 10. Yeah, life sucks for Matt in that situation. And he's bluff catching. Raise under the gun. Matt's all in for like basically nothing. This is 20 blinds. I don't think we fold here. I don't know if the door's open or not, but I think we should just play this pot, especially with a 178 bounty. So we call if they jam, which they probably will, right? Yes, we're ahead of king queen. Oh, come on, Bree. Come on, Bree. It's so sick we get it in good for 178 bounty against king queen. It's so sick. Okay, Matt survives. Helsinki, Finland, Stenari at 40. What's up, Euro? How are you, man? Cork. Long time following. What's up, Skins McBush? How are you, brother? Welcome to the jungle. Doing the nose. Spud BCFC in the house, the legend that he is. Hello, Spud. We have a double gutter. 3 or 7. They go for a pretty big bet here, though. Do we want to check raise all in or fold? Those seem to be our options. Check raise all in, we'd be representing all of these two pairs, but unfortunately, like Ace Jack plus is just going to snap us off. So just fold because I don't think they will fold enough. There's not many draws at all in that spot if I check raise all in, but I just can't give people credit to be able to fold Ace Jack. You know? So yeah, we'll just fold and sad vibes. Raise 3-bet call. And going back here, this is going to be the last hand before a 5-minute break. Where I'm going to play you the most recent highlight we put out on YouTube. All right, B-Car put out the list. She'll put it on all the platforms, but yes. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gonna fold here. Okay, 5-minute break. Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll be right back. Stay with me. Good turn. Ship it. Let's go, Dottie. Come on. Let's go. $75 and a bunch of chips. Basically, 3-way tie for the lead here. Open 6-5 suited. 3-bet from Lord Vaquero to 3,300. So I don't think we're folding. The question is, like, how much do I want to 4-bet here? Probably not a lot, I would say. I mean, in theory, some, for sure. But I'm just going to call this time. Flop is 3-7-9. A kind of disguised good flop, right? We have a double gutter. We have 8 outs to make a very strong hand here on a flop that our opponent is not going to hit very often. We don't have any hearts, for what it's worth, but... And it goes check, check on the flop, 10 on the turn. We have a bluff here, for sure. We have 6 high. We have a board that we can represent with some sets. And some like suited connectors that made 2 pair and stuff like that. It's worth remembering this is a raise under the gun, a 3-bet under the gun, 1, or like, you know, middle position hijack. I think I want a bluff here. Their line doesn't make any sense unless they have like a set of 9s here or something, or a set of 10s. When it goes check, check, and then bet raise, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think overpairs want to check on this flop too much when they 3-bet pre, so I'm just going to go all in. A set of 7s. Okay. We win with a straight. I don't know. Like, I think it's a weird line. Is there a justification for it? Maybe. Just, like, if you're checking back 7s here, you're really trying to maximize king, queen, king, jack, king 10 suited, queen, jack suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited. Getting bluffs from those on turns and rivers. Problem is, like, you're getting floats from everything that's hearts. Most ace highs, like any pair, right? You're getting all the money from top pair. So I don't know. It's definitely not going to be the standard strategy to check back mid pair there. You could mix it in that it did get me to bet 3-bet with like a double gutter. But definitely didn't expect to see 7s there very often. So we're 110 blinds deep here. We cover for a bounty. Do we want to get this in pre against a big blind 3-bet? I think so. And I think in this 3-bet pot, we're mostly going to call here. We probably don't have enough to value raise in that their 3-betting range is going to have aces, it's going to have queens, it's going to have kings. Very unlikely, obviously, with ace-king. It's only one combo of kings.
there's not going to be enough like king jack where we can like raise for value and then call off, right? So I think it's just call, and then call on the river for sure on the ace, and then just lose to queens because like people don't bluff. But yeah, we're calling. We don't know if people don't bluff, right? Against some people, we could just fold the river because they have queens every time, but you can't do that against the population, so we just call and lose to our 5 combos of sets, you know. And there you go. Sometimes it's 7-6. It be what it be. It do what it do. We get the bounty. Raise 3-bet. We 4-bet all in. $50 bounty in the Super 215. Come on. Against Ace King. We love being in flips when we cover for a bounty. It's great. It's such a great deal. Let's go. Beautiful stuff. Okay. King, Queen. Diving Minator. Whatever that means. We squeeze is an option here with this 29 blind stack. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for it. Reason being here as well is we're so rarely dominated, right? They're not going to flat ace king or ace queen. They might have ace jack, they might have ace 10, they might decide to go all in and we have 40% equity. But there's a bounty on the line here as well. And most of the time they're just going to have like middling pairs or whatever ace high suiteds, right? A couple suited connectors. We're going to continue our aggression. It's a pot size bet. Hope they didn't hit / hope they fold ace highs. But we get it in good against 10 high, which is great. And we win, which is even better. Hell yeah. Value bets. Let's go. Ace king is beautiful, especially with the bounty in play. Our opponent is 18 blinds deep. We 3-bet. I hope to see some action here. We don't fold. This is pretty strong, but we don't fold ace king in this spot when they're all in for a bounty with 17 blinds. We need 4% less equity than normal against them. That's also true of this hand as well. So get it in. Aces are going to get bong lim, and we're going to lose quite a bit of chips there. But we're still okay. Ace queen. We are absolutely rumbling here. This bounty was in play for 2 blinds, so Matt jams, I rejam. Kira sends the fish marker. Speak for yourself, Kira. Raise it up. I'm just having a bit of lunch, actually, but I don't want you guys to miss these important hands. All right, we fold. Back in a few minutes. Just let me finish lunch, okay? What's up? Okay. We're back in action on our 5 tables. What is missing here is the $11 big quarter. So we're going to get that going right now. $150,000 guarantee, $11 buy-in. It's in action. And we're going to put it on table 1. There we go. We'll organize all the buy-ins in a second. Okay, I think we're almost organized here. There we go. I think we're up to 6 tables now. Everything's in the right spot. 126 here in the 55. Here we are getting going in the big quarter. 109 Grand Prix Sunday Party on starting stack. Double stack in the 320 here with some bounties that are gettable, so worth paying attention to. 215 Super, we've chipped up a little bit as well. And then triple stack in the 215 Big Sunday. 20 pay. And we are 10 of 45. And lunch was delicious. Thanks for asking. It was grilled cheese. Rebecca is off to, I think, a triple header of movies. She's got a movie at 4, a movie at 7, and then a movie at 9, which if I am not in tournaments, I'll be going to as well. And, frankly, I love the degeneracy. It's hilarious. Ace 9 against Jack 10 all in here for a bounty. Can we keep it clean? Come on now. It's our time. No. We're not running so hot today, chat. We're not running so hot today. It's all right. Oh, the date. Yeah, I got to change the date. Sorry. Thank you. The 28th. Man, that was such a fast month, dude. I love summer. It's been so good, man. It's been really good for me. The shot taker dropping the prime sub gets a love of the chat for the shot taker. Thank you very much, my friend. I think I'm going to 3-bet fold again here. Slightly deeper than last time. Thank you very much, shot taker. Welcome to the team. Thanks for using that prime sub on me. Let's make it count today. Yeah, I don't know, chat. It's just been, this summer has been so needed for me in that feels like the first summer in a really long time that I've been able to sort of prioritize what it is that I want to do in myself in some ways. Like last summer I went home to visit my family, which of course is for me too, as this 80% bet is gonna win. But there's a lot of pressure, right? We had our dog at that point, Dougie. There were so many people to see because I hadn't been home for like 5 or 6 years. So there's a ton of pressure on that trip, and it was like really exhausting. My mental health was not very good during that stretch. So that was a challenge. And then the 2 summers, you know, that took a month. And then there was like the lead up to it and then the recovering from it after the fact. So it really took like almost the whole summer in terms of how it felt to me. And the years before that, the 2 summers in a row before that were COVID in Canada. And then the one before that was like the first COVID summer when I was in Edinburgh, Scotland. So had like a big effect on just kind of what it felt like. So this summer so far, and there's still, you know, a month and a half of it left, but has been just needed, dude. Really, really needed to get in touch with myself in some sense, you know? and do things that are just for me, not for work, not for responsibilities to other people or anything. It's just been about myself, and it's been nourishing, dude. It's just been fun. So yeah. I'll be sad to see it go, but it's always fun to, there's other parts of life that are fun too. Fall is fun, of course. Getting down to work and really grinding it out when the poker season is back on and the big tournaments are on and stuff, like that's a great time. I think also freshening up the content a bit is something in my mind in terms of online poker has just changed a ton over the last 10 years. It was a very different environment then than it is now. And I've been doing the same sort of stuff for quite some time, content-wise. And it works, It works well enough anyways. I think you guys like it, hopefully. I have to fold this, sadly, because we're 16 blinds deep. Such a pretty hand. But yeah, I think it's probably time to try some different formats and see how they go. I know there's definitely a format that works, which is doing commentary stuff on live poker, right? Like people enjoy watching that sort of hand breakdowns of live poker vlogs. Those are really successful. When it comes to online stuff, like, I'm not planning to get away from streaming or anything like that, but just seeing what sort of interesting content I can come up with. That'll be fun too, post-summer. So I think we'll check here with the underpair. It's a little uncomfortable, this hand. Reason being that both of us have... Oh, they're in the big blind. I'm under the gun. Oh. That changes things. I should have bet flop, but that's okay. I was thinking we were small blind, big blind for some reason. But no. I raised under the gun. Well, that changes the whole hand. I go for a small bet here. Gonna call jack on the turn, check, check. Pretty bad card, right? Like completes the flush, overcard to our hand. Not so good. They lead for half pot. Ooh, it's just pretty ugly because they might be doing this with like a 7 as like a block bet, right? There's a lot of stuff that beats us, but it's a really small sizing, which gives us a really great price. We need our 8s to be the best hand 24% of the time. Of course they have flushes. Of course they have a turn jack. Of course they have 4x. Not so much in the small blind. I think we call. Yeah, ace 10. If they bet, 3/4, of course we're folding, right? There's no question. There's no question if they bet 3/4. Down here, they min bet, we call. Turns of 5, we lead. Most of the time, it's going to go check, check here on that turn. Even when they have like aces, kings, queens. So we just need to lead. We have all sorts of diamond draws and straight draws, and then we have 5x. That leads here. Collect from Germany, Jamie. What's up, Flo? Thanks, man. On YouTube, appreciate you. A min click back from Susie, hold on. So they played way too wide last time. This could be the nuts, but I'm going to go with that read of like, that had a hand they definitely shouldn't have had with ace 7. Like against a senior, if they jam all in, we're calling, right? Like, of course, if it's a reg. It's just, can we make a special read that the like click back is the nuts? I don't think we should. It would have been correct in this instance, but I don't think we know enough. I think probably the all-in is the best strat. The previous hand against Susie Hold On was They had ace-7 offsuit. Someone raised in middle position, and they called ace-7 offsuit in the cutoff. And then we jammed all in for like 25 blinds or something, and then they called the jam. So, wide. You know, a lot of hands. Too many, theoretically. It's actually 27 movies because they're all short films. Yeah. Enjoy your 27 films today. Enjoy it. Stephen Parrish, welcome to the Facebook live stream, man. Glad you're digging it. I don't know why you got kicked off Twitch, but welcome back. Board is really not good for us, actually. I mean, we're going to bet often closing the action, but 10-4-3 is not ideal. Checks on the turn. Let's bet now. Something like half pot seems fine. We don't have these two pair combos. Oof, that's a bad run out. And there's no room to bluff raise either. We just have to fold. So sick. We have the king of spades, but like if there was room, we could decide to bluff with our one pair, but just not gonna fly, fam. It's just not gonna fly. I guess we'll never know. ATX Chaser, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Tens, ace, jack. Chat, we're just not very good at flips today, man. What's the deal with that? Why can't we flip worth a damn, huh? Someone explain it to me. 33 Gladiator. Yeah, cool. Let's do that. Pretty close to an open with Queen 5 suited. I'm going to give it a pass. We're definitely opening Queen 7, of course, but... Alright, so 33 is getting added. Green for knockout, just getting it all set up here. Okay. Onwards. Onwards, familia. Has anyone been watching the Olympics? I love watching the Olympics, man. I think it's so fun. And there's no like sports that I really, really sweat. It's more so just being able to watch a random collection of sports that I don't watch, you know? Watch the best at their craft. Let's open aces under the gun. Come on. Ah, yeah. Brutal, dude. No action. First place going to be 4,800 in the big Sunday. I'm hoping we can get it done. Take it down would be huge.
Check with 9 deuce. What's up, Reg Street? How are you? Welcome, man. Sick, I watched you for 10 years now. Let's go, Kayla. What's up, man? Don't be nice on YouTube. Welcome, 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 welcome. Almost 10 years. Coming up on 10 years, October 25th, I think. Is it September 25th or October 25th? I'll have to double check. Have to double check. Haven't watched you since 2016. Welcome back, Mr. Dirt. Just popped up in your feed. Happy to see you. Hello, man. What's up with you? What's new? Welcome to the stream, Dirt. How's life? It's a big bet, but we still call. Gonna be so many checkbacks on this turn. Again, with all the overpairs, like, they hate this turn. And we get called by probably an overpair. Would guess. Ace 8, similar. Top, top. Top, top. Where did I see the chat? Down here, maybe. So short in the 328. Once upon a time, we had such a great stack, but... So a half stack shoves here. We need 9% less equity, about 8% less equity with this stack specifically than normal with the bounty in play. So does Jack 10 suited have the required equity against a 37 blind shove with 8% less equity needed? Yeah, probably. Especially given that some of these big pairs are going to 3-bet less than all in. I think we do have to do it. Nice hand to see, King, Queen. But we're not going to get it done. I think with 7 blinds rolling with King Jack. A bit on the line, I would say. Right? It's a hand that has decent equity. It's ahead of bunch of hands that are raising here, like they're raising every Broadway, they're raising every pair, flipping against a lot of that, raising a bunch of ace-x that we're flipping against. But then we're also shoving into, you know, decent amount of better hands. Jacks plus, ace jack plus, king queen, like all of that. Sevens goes for the rejam, and we just need an ace or king or jack or 10. Man, brutal. GG in 13th. We just ran so cold in that tournament, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Like, we just couldn't win any all-ins. C'est la vie, man. Is what it is. Is what it is. Next up, we have Grand Prix 7 Max PKO Turbo in 40 minutes. Okay. ATX Chaser says, I'm not even into sports, but really love the Olympics. Chance to spend 15 plus years dedicating your whole life to a singular focus and then see them perform game day is amazing. Really inspiring for non-sports klutz person. Yeah, man. Exactly. I think last night, you know, I just went through a few highlights. We watched
some men's volleyball. We watched like 3-meter synchronized diving. We watched some surfing. We watched some canoeing. What else did we watch? What else did we watch? I don't know. I forget. Some archery. Right, watch some archery. Just fun, man. Watch a little bit of table tennis this morning after the F1 race. Thank you, Playmaker79. Appreciate you, man. Open the ace-9 suited here. This is our main bay tournament right now for sure. 10 of 34, 20 pay. First place is $4,800. Hello, Matt Blackshaw. Easy bro, love the streams. Matt from Derby. Welcome, man. I'm gonna turn my hand into a bluff here, probably. Seems fine with the double gutter. Quick call from Josh around. And we bluff. Whoa. Whoa, what could that be? Checks twice. We block the straight with the 9. I don't know. I don't know what that is. But it's won the pot. This is Party Poker, Brian Garcia. The Kayla. What's up, man? Rebecca has never been Kayla. Kayla's origin stories are different. Back to 2.4. Once we leave some tables here, we can definitely play some spins. I'd like to play some $100 spins today. Fire a couple of those. Triple barrel. Pretty comfortable folding ace queen now. Excuse me. Check here on the turn. Let's go over to the ace king in our main bay. We're going to raise it up on the button. This is a great spot to get action because we're raising a wide range on the button, first of all. Second of all, we have a stack they can jam on or they can 3-bet call against. So let's see. Unfortunately, I have to flip here, which is not our first choice. Yes. Come on. We win the flip, dude. I was like, man, we have lost so many flips if we lost that one. But thankfully for us, that actually puts us now in 6th place with a real shot at doing something here. So let's do something, right? That's what we're here to do. Let's do something. It goes small bet call. We raise, bluff the turn. They call, and on the river we make a flush. And they made a flush. Damn. That is too bad. Go, 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 go. Good luck, bro. Thank you. Flumin on YouTube. Appreciate you. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Good luck from Vietnam. Thanks for tuning in. Place I'd love to go. One day. I look forward to the Southeast Asia travel one day. It's not the time yet, but it will be, I'm sure. The frequency of getting check raised here is a little too high, right? If we bet ace king and then they move all in, it really sucks to fold 2 overs, gut shot to the nuts, backdoor no flush draw. The bet call seems a little too aggressive. Checks around on the turn. Now I'm going to go for a small value bet here. Expect to get called from ace X. Expect to get called from straight draws. You know, like queen 9, for example, would call. 9-8 would call, I think. Diamond draws, I think, would call. And so they call. River's a 4 of hearts. And they lead 3/4, and we call, I think. Seems decent. Block the straight with the king. Unblock the diamonds. It's a good hand. They made a straight with deuce 3. Unfortunate. Okay. Okay. Down to 12,000 there. Too bad. Matt is playing today. Yeah, I don't know if he's streaming, but he's definitely playing today. Greetings from Scottsdale, Arizona. What's up, David Long? How are you, man? Welcome to the stream. I mean, of course, you just want to like shovel all the money in, but I think it's probably a bad idea. Just let them do it for us. At this point, with only 13,000 left, I'm just going to put it all in. There's a chance they check fold on the river. We don't want that. Oof, they actually have us, though. Oh, we can re-enter. Okay. Okay. Everything's going wrong except for this tournament. Except for the Big Sunday.
How about a 10? Nope. Back-to-back tough Sundays so far. Pretty good hand to bet here, I think, right? A lot of good turns. Deuce, 5, 7, 4, 6, diamond are going to improve us. That's a lot of cards. Turns of 4. Check, check now. Want to keep the pot small. Turning 1 pair. And then rivering 2 pair. I think we raise and then fold to a jam. Seems fine. Or fold to like a bet 3 bet. But I think there's probably enough value to raise 2 pair here. Jacks against 9-5. Don't do it like this. Oh. Can you guys believe this, Bree? Oh my God, are we running cold, man? That is sick. Wow, okay. All right. Whatever you say. I guess we can get some spin overdrives going though. That'd be good. So why don't I change table 5 to a 100 table? And we can do it here. The animation is not going to work for this one, but that's okay. We'll find out in a second. And it seems big because it's still going. $288. Okay. All right. Spin overdrive hundreds. So when you start with under 3 times the buy-in, you start with 300 chips, which is really smart because you want to play fast ones, I think, when you're when the prize pool is relatively small. Again, a decent hand to bet here. There's going to be a lot of checks, but I like betting the 6-8, 6-9, 7-9, 7-8 sort of hands, in that we pick up equity often and we're bluffing. We're trying to bluff like 10 highs and 9 highs and stuff like that. We barrel on the turn. And we fold to the jam. Raise button, we 3-bet, they 4-bet. Huge, by the way. It's a massive 4-bet. We don't fold here. Good luck. In the big quarter against kings. Ace. Okay. How about jacks then in the 100? We can do that. To take the lead? To take the lead? Let's go. Four minutes, 20 seconds is the delay. Patrick Clarenbeek on Facebook. What's up, man? Thanks for tuning in. 8-3 is not going to be an all-in. They're 6 blinds deep. It's 2 week. It's 2 weeks, so it's 10-5. But we're already at 20-40 here, so. Eight high against 9 high. Forced all in. A 9 high gets it done. Now we are at start stack. If it folds to us, we're all in. Even if they're all in here, king 8 is good enough. When the big blind is 60, we have 5 blinds. This is likely to be the best hand. Call by queen 6, we do have the best hand. Keep it clean. All right, aces and 2s with the king kicker. Great spot now. It's not over till it's over, but good chance we're going to win this, I'd say. Good shot. So they have 2.5 blinds here. King 6, king deuce, 7, 8. We chop here, and we're heads up. Call. It's jack 3. Ooh, unlucky. Unlucky. We're basically tied now. We have a slight edge, but let's call this for a bounty first. Dude, come on, man. Why are we running so cold? Rolling with queen 9 against the 5 blind stack. This time they have us just barely here. We need a queen or a 9. Let's go. All right, nice. 288 is our payout there. We'll do another one, but want a little pot with ace king here as well. Okay. $274. Okay. Same thing as last time. Same opponents as well. Defend queen 7. Flop is queen 5-4 with 2 clubs. Check, raise, check, I think here. Hi, do you have any tips for bankroll management? It's a really individual question, actually, because I think what it is you're trying to do in poker totally depends on what your goals are in the game. What is it you're trying to accomplish, right? So I would say a general rule of thumb is there's more variance in poker than you think. There's more ups and downs than you might think. However, to give you a specific rule, I think is being too over the top in that, you know, I don't know what you're trying to do. 8s, so sick. All in for 4 blinds, I guess. Like, not super happy with jack 5, but it's fine. Run well against 10-8. Spins it is, Bcar. A couple spins going on here. Two to 1 chip lead. Big time swing and a miss here on the flop. If we're going to bluff anywhere, it's the river. This hand, I guess if we hit a diamond on the turn, like we can bluff turn, 7 of diamonds,
5 of diamonds, but probably just going to be a fold. Limp. Such a strong hand. You want to limp the 10s. Flop is fine for our hand. They could have outflopped us, but probably still had the best hand here. Flush. Call. Nice. Nice spot. 3 deuce. They're all in for 3.5 blinds. It's 100 to win 180. We don't have it with deuce 3, actually. It's pretty sick. Nor with 9-3. We do a jack 5, though. It's enough against 5-6. Jack high. Let's go. 2 in a row. 274 is our result there. 2 in a row. Let's go again. Oh, wow. Sick. 296. All right. I'm gonna go for a little stab here. It's sometimes yes, sometimes no. A-side boards are generally pretty good for the limper. The problem with that hand is obviously we have no hope when called, like we're in such terrible shape. Let's play this ace-10 suited. 8 of 27, 20 pay, 7 off the money here. Goes check, check, turns a 4, check again. The ace-10, I am all in. Snap regen, we could be good here, for sure. We're up against kings, okay, 29%. Not the end of the world, good flop. Let's go. No 9 and we're good. Or king, I guess. Checks to the river. They bet. We call here, right? Ace 10. Pretty strong hand. Same hand. Okay. We're all in for 2 blinds. I really don't mind these players getting closer together in chips. I think that works well for us. Oh, okay. Well, if they jam, we can fold, right? But if they fold, then we would have to play a6, king 6. Looks like a6 gets the money back here. Yep. Fine with me. Ooh. I think we fold 8 deuce. 3.3 blinds. Painful. There's just so little that we fold that short, but I think it's one of the rare things. Here's my best guess. Queen, jack, king 8. Are we heads up or are we still three ways? Three ways. Here it is. Ah, the big stack folds. That's too bad. That would have been nice. That would have ended it generally, unless it's a 3. Three seven suited, not quite. Deuce 3 is a fold as well. Good enough. It's not a great hand, but good enough. I have some fold equity here. Gonna be pretty close to the line. Yep. Here we go for the win. For 3 in a row. Oh. Oh, wait, we win. I thought they made a straight. Let's go. 296. 3 in a row, chat. It's break in 4 minutes. I do need to grab a drink on break, so I'm just going to pause for a few minutes, but we are 3 in a row. And after break, we'll continue. That's a sweet $858 we've cashed in 300 in buy-ins. Very sweet. What's the max the car spin can get up to? $1 million. $1 million. Which is 10,000x, right? 10,000x. Ten at 25, 5 off the money. We jam it in here against Billy Bingo for about 15 blinds. The other option would be to raise call, but ace-8 is not that playable post-flop, right? Ace-8 suited, I'm more likely to go for the limp, call it all in. But the offsuit, I think I like just jamming ace-5, ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 here. And just rely on the pure power of this hand and the short stacks. Raise up ace king. Okay, quick 5-minute break. I'm just going to top up my drink here, chat. Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. More $100 spins when we come back. And on the bubble here of the 215 Big Sunday. So it's game time. Be right back. Stay with me. And we're obviously going to 3-bet here. Try and get this bounty. Looks like we're going to have a chance at 2 bounties here with ace queen. I bet we have the best hand. It's not for sure, but it's pretty likely. Yep. Ooh. Side pot. Okay. We win 1 bounty for 50 bucks. And we do win chips as well. We're up to 200 earned so far in the tournament. Obviously call here. Blind versus blind with a bounty in play. They've got the goods. We are on the bubble, and we are 2 off the money. See if we can't sneak our way in there. Like I grew up in Alberta, very spaced out, very car-centric, very not... Alberta is all about your house and your yard, right? Like that's like what you're solving for. Locations in larger cities. That's not how I feel. And the Japanese one I'm reading right now is this one, which is Scattered All Over the Earth. Contemporary science fiction Japanese book, Yoko Tawada. Kind of bizarre. Right. That's not the way it works with Euros. King, queen. Yes, hold. Let's go. But now 7 to 10, we've got a pretty decent shot in this thing. It's 1,500 for the win. And we raise 9s. It's a good turn. Very good turn. I hear you. It hasn't been great so far. There's been a lot of draws. Maybe it's all going to come together at the right time. Let's see. Do we call here 175 bounty? Yeah, we do. This is a big bounty. And they shove for 11 blinds. We got to get this bounty money, dude. It's too valuable. We're in the money. They shove for 11.5 blinds, which means, yeah, they're going to have kings, but they're also going to have like 7s, 6s and stuff. We lose. And we are now the shorty on the FT bubble, but that's okay. Call. Right? Shorter stack? Yeah. Call 7-8. Gutter. It's a very small bet, though. I think we should peel. Think about 5 to 1. Do we bluff on the river? We probably should. I don't think we want to go too big, though. We're not going to try and get like a queen or a 10 to fold here, right? And we want to be able to represent a pair, so we just bet half pot. We're down to the final table. What happened here? Queen deuce against 7s. Making 2 pair on the turn. Fair enough. Final table. Height of the Super 215. Coming in. 7 to 9. But there's no reason we can't win here. There's no reason. It's a bounty tournament as well, so got to keep your eyes out for those bounties. 300 cashed, 200 bounties. Call it 500. Let's go. Here we go. Would love a shove from this 80K stack. That would be awesome. Think shove, especially in a bounty. I would probably not shove like ace 10 suited here, but I think with ace queen, it's clear. Against 10s. Got to flip. Queen on the flop. Keep it clean, Dottie, please. Let's go. Let's go. We rejam here with the bounty in play, I think. Good luck. Whoa, ace jack overcalling is crazy. Okay. So we are now chip leader. Just like that. $50 bounty coming our way. We're up to 250 in bounties, 327 in the prize pool. And we are in... Oh, no, we're in second place, actually. I jinxed it. It's okay, though. The queen 4. Well, we might go the distance here. Let's see. Ooh. I think flat here, we can induce a lot of shoves with bounties in play. Ace King's pretty good. Let's go Dottie with the queen. Why not us? Exactly, dude. Why not us? Do you ever play live poker? Yeah, sometimes. I've been playing some live tournaments this year a little bit. Played a bunch of live cash games last year. Before streaming, I played a bunch of live poker. Call with 8s, Linus. Small blind calls, ace queen. How about a 9? How about a 9 or an 8? Ayah. Wow. What do we do with this ace jack? Now we 4-bet, right? It's a good 4-betting bluff hand against this stack. And if we have to get it in, so be it. I think this is a good 4-bet spot. Hello, everyone. What's up? Welcome, 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 welcome. We're back. 3 off the money here in the 215 Big Sunday. Big moments. Also playing some $100 spins. We've just won 3 in a row. So $300 in buy-ins, $858 in cashes. We're going to keep going on the spin overdrives this hour, see how we get on. And good luck us. But this is essential. This is an essential deep run here too. So let's see. Have you ever seen a 10,000x on a spin? I got to record very early in my career, about 8-9 years ago. I got to record a $1 million spin and go. I haven't seen a $1 million spin on PartyPoker. However, I know there's been a few since I've been working with them. So yeah, pretty crazy. As we chip up really nicely here. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna fold the queen 4. Let's get our next $100 spin. Can we win 4 in a row? So we're up against the same 2. Similar prize. Very similar prize. Pretty good hand, Queen Jack. I don't know how to play against an open here. Do we flat anything? Without antes, that's the problem. I don't know what to do with this hand. With antes in a tournament, jam. We're all in. Without antes... We might not have a flatting range. Ace Queen 10s. We've got to flip early days, early doors. Holy smokes. Can we win 4 in a row? It's looking pretty good. This is pretty crazy. We're going for 4 in a row here. Doors open. I don't know. What's the likelihood they're going to back raise, basically? We're all in with Jack 8. Not a great hand, but stacks are short enough here. Against sixes, we got a flip. Wow. Wow. 140 ships between us and 4 in a row. But this is not the one. This is. Ace 4 Queen Deuce. Can we hold for 4 straight? No! Oh my goodness. The river deuce with the pain. So sick. 2040. Oh, man. All right, jam 9-8. They call it Queen 5. All right, we got 43%. Boom! Flopping the straight. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Come on. 4 straight, baby. 4 straight. So let's just see how rare this is, right? I'm going to open up a calculator, okay? So our chances of winning these, you know, I'm not a spins professional, right? Like, I am a poker professional. I've got some poker chops, but like the people that are open sitting hundreds are going to have an edge on me. But let's be extremely arrogant and assume they don't, okay? So we're going to multiply by 0.33. So what's the likelihood that we win 2 in a row? Well, it's 1/3 times 1/3 equals 10%. Multiplied by that we win 3 in a row. 3.5% that we win 3 in a row. Multiplied by just 1.2% of the time are we going to win 4 in a row, assuming that we are equal skill level. And we're probably, you know, winning more like 30% of the time than 33, is my guess. That is going to happen about 1 in 100 times. Now, just theoretically, if we were to win again, we'd be down to 0.4%. Theoretically. Are we going to register another one? Yes, we are. But we're in uncharted territory here. Call. Fold. Okay. Okay, you also have an option to just jam the 3s, but I think they're going to fold a decent amount of the big blind. I think they'll play probably fairly honestly, in which case, fine. All right, down to 22. Party Poker, man. Party Poker is available in a few states, but not Arkansas, unfortunately. Couple. Following any of the Olympics? Yeah, man. Watching whatever at any time and enjoying it. All right, for our 5th spin overdrive win in a row. Unfortunately, the smallest prize pool so far, it's been 288, 274, 296, and 275. And then this one with 246 is the smallest of the bunch so far. Who are you? My name is Jaime Staples. I'm a poker professional, and I've been a poker streamer for 9 years. I'm also a guy. I live in Montreal. I was born Canadian. I like long walks on the beach. Just kidding, not really. I do like the beach, but my hobbies are... I like art quite a bit, books. I like getting exercise, biking around my city. I like participating in the cultural events of my city. I have 2 brothers and a sister, and my mom and dad, they live all in Canada, but like Western Canada. I'm a Gemini. Favorite author, David Foster Wallace. Weaknesses, let's say sometimes difficulty focusing on specifics for long periods of time. More like macro level sort of thinker as opposed to like specifics focused. What else? Favorite food? Pizza for sure. Love pizza. Jack's 8's here. That's a big pot, dude. 8.9 million. We're probably chip lead here. Actually, third place. This is a call. Ace 5 closing the action against Queen 10. Trying to win our 5th in a row. Gotta dodge. Can't do it. Listen, at some point you gotta lose, chat. And the 5th one is our time. Oh, just kidding. I have 10 chips. We're gonna come back and win. No, we're not. We're dead. We're dead, man. GG. I can play another one, but like we are on 9 million chips on the bubble, which is kind of a big deal. Let's just chill here for a sec. Favorite places in the world? Montreal. I think it's a fantastic, cultural rich experience. Favorite place in America? New York City. Some of my favorite destinations. Loved Rome. Thought it was fantastic. Paris, for sure. Split Croatia. London. City guy, mostly. Really enjoy cities. Art, culture. I don't have anything else for you, man. That's it. Three of 21, 4,800 for the win. We'd like to win, please. What is going on the other tables? I might as well open them up. Oh, we got Matty Ice in here still as well. Let's go, Matty. Let's go, Miss Your Bands. So I'll cover up these two. So if you see the banner in the bottom corner, we're not active on the table. It should be obvious because we don't have a spot at the table either. But down to the final 21 as we have a big pot going on here. Open 3-bet, 4-bet, and now a tank from Diguri, who must have queens or ace-king here, right? Like Jax has already folded. It's either queens or ace-king. And let's see. Spin Sunday. Couple spins out there, man. 4 out of 5 ain't bad, I'll say. Over 100% ROI on the spins today so far. Pretty fortunate. And we get a call of the 4-bet. Okay. So there's 4.7 million in the middle. They both have a pot size bet left, basically. It goes check, check. Nando has either ace-king with the ace of diamonds or top set of kings. King-jack is insane. Oh my God. Do you see that? Oh my God, dude. I can't look at the last hand because it's not my table, but So king jack suited cold 4-betted. Jacks flatted the 4-bet. Flop came down king 9-8. It goes check check with king jack, which if you're going to cold 4 king jack, that makes sense, right? Turns a jack, giving king jack 2 pair, jacks a set. The case jack, okay? King jack against jack jack. River is one of the 2 remaining kings. To give king jack the bigger full house, jacks is out. And it's a chip lead pot on the pure bubble. And they're out. They're in the money. Holy smokes, dude. That is so sick how painful that is. That is so sick. May, Dennis. My birthday's in May. Well, this is a pretty good start, I'd say. Also going to defend with king 7 of the big blind. So with a check. Want to keep the pot small here if possible, but we like how we're starting. It's not going to be difficult until the turn if they bet big or the river, but it goes check, check, turns a 4 of hearts. We bet here. There's just so few hands that I think want to check back on 9-7 deuce that we are losing to. 9-8 suited maybe. That's about it. They call. River is a 3. Do we bet call or do we check? I think we bet call here. 7s against 10-9. We win. We're up to 127,000 in the 109 grand. I know we flopped a set, but this hand is more important. So we're going to bet the river. If they raise, I don't think we could fold, right? With the second nuts. But they fold, so we don't have to deal with it. It's really sucky when they jam there. Because people don't bluff that spot much, but... This real money. These are real money tournaments. So we buy in for cash, and you get paid based on when you finish. Where you finish in the tournament. So the payouts on this one on their bottom left, it's $4,850 for the win. And we're in 4th. As of right now, I need about 4th place would be profit on the day. We're 4 of 18. Everything before that would be a small loss as of now, but we're going to play some more spins too. We got moved to a different table. Okay, well, there you go. Matty Ice's table. Good luck, Mr. Ice. Pretty soon we're going to combine into 2 tables as well. In the Olympics, are you going to be rooting for Canada or U.S. basketball? What? What, Anthony? What are you talking about? Anthony, in the 100-meter track and field, are you going to be rooting for the Canadian sprinter or the American sprinter? Just curious, Anthony. Yeah, there's not a single American athlete I'll be rooting for in the Olympics because I have 0 ties to America. 0%. And that question makes me want to make them lose a little bit, frankly. The idea that that would be the default cheering preference. Anthony, it's tough to deal with. It is. Just for me. It's not you. It's totally a me thing. Don't worry about it. It's just a me thing. Spent summer as a young kid in Montreal when my dad played for the Expos. Wow. Sick. What a flex. Amazing. Remember it being an incredible, clean city. Is that still the case? Incredible, yes. Clean, no. It's a very green city, I'd say. But it's grungy though. You know, it's rough around the edges a bit. It's a bit too wide, or can we open this? I'll fold. There's a lot of greenery in the city. There's a lot of urban infrastructure now to where it's one of the best cities in North America to walk in. One of the best cities the best city to bike in North America. A lot of green spaces in the city, a ton of parks. People use the parks, huge park culture. And then a lot of our streets have these sort of plants and trees that are being planted all the time. So it'll give you a very green aesthetic, but it, you know, like in April and May after winter, like there's garbage everywhere from the winter. And then there's the sand and gravel from keeping the streets clean. You know, it's 4.5 million people. There, you know, is homeless issues. There's drug issues. There's, you know, the fashion is very like grunge, kind of 80s feeling at the moment. 80s / maybe a bit of disco. So yeah, I don't know. Like clean is not the word that would come to mind, but a lot of fun though. A lot of fun. Check here. What's up, Grant Wheeler? In the summer, like generally I stream less in the summer, typically. I think just online poker has shifted a bit to where most of the action for, you know, tournaments 109 and up are on Sunday. I still do play some other tournaments throughout the week too, but summer is definitely the low period for motivation for me, for focus for me when it comes to poker. The action is very much concentrated to Sunday. And for the poker sites, it's the lowest action as well. So this is the period of the year where I, you know, take a breath, still play some, but less focused. And then into the September, October, November, it's definitely more poker, more studying, more grinding, bigger series, you know, more going on all the poker sites, PartyPoker included. So yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of what's in my head. Like, you know, I think I'd like to continue playing poker indefinitely in my life. But I also want it to be something that I don't dislike doing. So definitely the days of like grinding 5 days a week are gone. You know, I'm not interested in sort of doing that because, well, I don't have to financially. And then also it's not very fruitful in the online environment, I would say. The only thing you can get out of it is money. There isn't the same sort of prestige and nostalgia around the daily schedule, which creates a bit of monotony to the tournament grind that didn't used to exist, I'd say 10 years ago, where like winning, for example, the big 109 was a really big deal. You know, it was a really big tournament. It had a big prize pool. You know, when I won the big 109 for the second time, I beat David Peters, heads up, like the David Peters. The high stakes pro. You know, I remember 4-betting Isildur in the big 109 when I got 8th, when we were down to 12. I, you know, 4-bet Isildur pre-flop and got him to fold. Like, very different environment at that point than it is today, which is like, okay, the grind, monotonous, and like Sunday, all right, now we get to mix it up. It's just a different environment. So I was talking about this a bit earlier too, like, I need to figure out, and I want to figure out coming into the fall as summer ends and the fun times are over, kind of how to do a bit of a content refresh and then find a place in this current online environment. I don't know if any of you are like me that have been playing for a long time. It's like trying to find purpose within this environment outside of money is difficult. So something I want to work on. I'm confident I'll be able to succeed, but so we will see. King 10, we're going to open here. Anthony says America, obviously. Okay, There you go. We've won 4 in a row. You can be a fan of American basketball just like I'm a fan of Jamaican track and field. I'm not. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. You are neighbors, says Muggy W. Yeah, but I mean, do you root for the French? Or the Swiss? Or the Dutch? Like, I don't know. I feel no relation to America at all. Like, I don't. There's no special interest. Like, there's the same amount of special interest in Vietnam as there is in America, right? The same amount in like India, or in New Zealand. Like, there's no connection to me. What are your thoughts on the laptop main event BS? Yeah, well, a couple threads, I think. We've talked about it a bit. I think there's like a couple topics, right? I think it shouldn't be the way that the World Series of Poker wants the tournament to run, and it shouldn't be the way the community wants the tournament to run. So I think we should aim for that not to be the way that things happen in the future. Do I think it was against the rules? No. I don't. But it's murky though. In that for the last, decade, there's been coaches on the rail that are giving players information that might be useful for their future hands. That's just always been true. People, watching the stream at home, looking out for live tells, and then phoning it into people on the rail, and then people on the rail relay, sort of the physical behaviors of people that are playing, right? Like this information of people scanning through the information as it comes in to try and gain any edge has been going on for a very long time. I don't think it's necessarily what you want poker to be, I'd say. So, yeah, I don't like it. I think he's a deserving champion. I don't think it falls under the scope of cheating in its current definition, but I think it shouldn't happen in the future. I also think the way, the arrogance in which it was handled, if this was done in a more, I don't know, like less flamboyant way, it would probably be a non-story. Yeah. Like we just do have the power to get good poker answers, but the point is, some of the best parts of poker should be about how prepared you are to face the unknown going into an environment. And so I'm not suggesting a lockdown final table where there's no communication with anyone. I don't think that's what we want, but I also don't think we want people passing information to players that's going to impact their strategy going forward, because then it creates an arms race for players to develop a team around them to get the best quality information. And like, that's just not enjoyable. That's not really what poker is. And it's a terrible look for the game as well, in that it's really intimidating to people that don't understand what information they're being given, which is like very small edge, like pre-flop adjustments. Like, anyone can still win. It's not like, oh, here's a cheat code. It's like, no. Like, oh, you might want to consider adjusting your range this much this way pre-flop, or look out for this sort of tell that might give you a bit of an inkling one way or the other. So yeah, I think it's unfortunate, man. A worthy champion, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. Yeah, now it's mostly leaderboards such as scoop leaderboards with pads trying to win, etc., says Guz's financial advisor. Yeah, so like the series leaderboards, they're also inaccessible to like people that aren't Benny Glazier, Pads, Lena, C. Darwin, etc. Right? Like they're inaccessible to the non-highest stakes pros, because if you're not interested in firing like every 2K and 10K and 5K, you're not going to win. So that's also not a very interesting narrative, right? Like for the non-best of the best players. Whereas it used to be, there was a lot more things that were meaningful to win. Like Sunday majors were such a big deal, you know, like even winning like the 215 second chance or the 162 six max on Sunday was a big important thing. Or the 215 Sunday major back when we used to have that. It's so different now, to where the stakes are so spread out. It's spread over multiple sites. We're one of them, PartyPoker. But there is no sort of cohesive collective schedule that everyone's playing. So there's got to be a little bit something more to work towards, I think, in poker. I've just got to figure that out for me. So find purpose after studying more poker. It makes me play more because I'm motivated. I think it is how Lex Veldhouse got his longevity the past years. Word. Yeah, it feels good to be good at poker for sure. Have you traveled to every country you would like to now, or is there anywhere that piques your interest? Definitely not, dude. There's so many places I want to go to. I've been to quite a few, but I guess places to visit that are near the top of my list. Portugal, I've never been. More of Spain, outside of just Barcelona. More of Italy. Definitely, I want to spend a lot more time in the Balkans. I really enjoyed the Balkans. Spent most of my time in Croatia, but Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Macedonia, Serbia, Albania, Greece, that whole former Yugoslavia and south region of the world is really interesting to me. And I really enjoyed my time there. So it's an intellectual interest for me, and understanding the nuances of the various ethnic groups and cultures that take place there. And then also I just really enjoyed my time. So 100% want to spend more time there. Never been to Hungary. Only had a layover in Switzerland. Never been to Poland. Never been to any of the Scandinavian countries. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway. I've been to Iceland, but... So Europe is super interesting to me. And then non-European places I'd like to go. Japan is pretty much top. I do a lot of reading of Japanese literature and like a lot of, I would call it like casual study of their culture. And then I've read maybe like 30 Japanese novels, consume a lot of Japanese art, like more high art than like manga or anything like that. It's more, historic art and stuff. But So I'd like to go to Japan. So yeah, I don't know. Those are all places that I haven't been. Never mind the places that I've been and I really enjoy and would love to go back. The world's huge, and there's just so much to experience and understand and learn. I think I'm excited. So. Named a lot of not a lot of countries, but not my neighbors. I thought you were in Belgium, Muggy. My bad. Germany wins enough, but I have some extra sympathy for Belgium. Sympathy for Belgium. Having said that, don't care too much about nationalities. Is more the person individually I sympathize with. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I don't know. Like nationalities to me mostly represent a set of ideals, right? And so, you know, when I look at like France's ideals, you know, I have a soft spot for France. For England, my fiance's English. I've really enjoyed my time living in London and living in England in general. Spending time in Scotland, which is not England, but the UK. So like, yeah, I have soft spots for those countries. Croatia, same thing. Like, I don't have a soft spot for America, right? Like, I don't. I find it tough to empathize. I don't enjoy their system of governance or don't aspire to have a similar nationhood setup that they do. So, I don't know. As an idea, it's neutral to me, right? It's a yeah, a neutral consideration. Whereas other countries that I find admirable in some way might get a bonus point or something. You're playing Texas Hold'em. You have ties to America. You can't even play Texas Hold'em on the internet in Texas, dude. Don't at me, dude. Don't at me. It's tough with 12 blinds here as to how we want to play. If we jam nines, they're going to call eights. Fold sevens. I think we want to flat here. This is kind of a gangster flat, but I think we're in that middle range where we're not getting enough worse hands to call under ICM. So we just flat the pairs. This is an ICM adjustment. If there's no, like if we're not deep in this tournament, we're just all in here, right? Obviously. But you start to flat some of these pairs. Check raise here. Oh, it sucks. When they check on the flop, they definitely can be slow playing all the overpairs. I would have loved them to bet instead, because then we capture more bluffs. Whereas when it goes check, and then we get to this spot, it's like, ugh. We just lose, actually. We're just going to lose here. We lose to flushes, we lose to tens through aces, which is still like very strongly in their range. We don't have to worry about much 8x or 3x. I have no idea how we won there, honestly. I have no idea what this hand is. I'm going to 3-bet to 1.3 million. Just trying to think about whether I like checking back in their spot with ace king, ace queen, ace jack. First of all, I would assume that hand would probably go all in for 12 blinds, 7-handed. Ace jack off instead of raise folding. But if they check back flop, it's like, yes, they protect themselves against me flopping one pair and check raising all in. But it's so hard to get to showdown, right? Like, the problem with their ace jack there is when they go check check and the turn comes, if I bet the turn, they need to be sticky. But I'm going to continue my bluff a lot of the time on the river to where they're going to have to be sticky on 2 streets with ace high. Or I'm going to check the river with some showdown value. Once they get to the river there, they should bluff, right? They should bluff. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird hand. I'm not sure. Go to Japan for a month in October. Can't wait. Let's go. Enjoy it, man. Let's go. All right, 3 of 13 here. Matty Ice on my left. First place is 4,800. Let's win the whole thing. Thanks for the rundown, Jamie. I appreciate you sharing. Thanks, man. Happy to do it. It's just what I think about, man. Evening, Jamie. Hope you're all as well. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on the heads up at the WSP with the laptop. We just talked about it, HA Tracy, like literally 4 minutes ago. So on Twitch, you can go into the VOD and just like rewind 4 minutes ago. We could talk about it. I don't want to rehash, but essentially, I think it's a bad look for poker. I don't think it's what the World Series of Poker or the community should strive for in a tournament, so they should fix it. I don't think it was cheating. I think it was technically within the rules, but a gray area. And so hopefully in the future, it doesn't happen like that. Basically. Lamar Burn, no online Texas Hold'em in Texas. Yeah, I mean, that's just like a perfect encapsulation of the fraud, right? Of like the brand of America as opposed to the American reality. It's so tilting, right? It's like part of why I don't like it as a country is this like outward facing, like we are the bald eagle, we are strength, you know, and we are the world police and we are the world standard. In the world, and we are the land of liberty, and we allow people individual freedom and democracy to win, and yet your ability to play online poker from your house is restricted in Texas, in America, the land of the free, the home of the brave, the proposed home of libertarian individualism, right? It's like, you know, America is an outlier in the world sphere when it comes to individual liberty. You know, like it's probably the most, the place with the most liberty in the world, you would think, when it comes to like business sort of things, right? But when it comes to someone being able to play poker, you're unable to do so. Why? I don't know, like lobbying from big casinos. They don't want competition, right? Sort of like overguarding protectionism of where money's coming from. And then, you know, cultural sort of Christian purity of like, we don't find this ethical or fair. So you have a couple competing factors that don't allow free individuals in the US to play. And it's just like, that to me is a perfect encapsulation of why I don't find the country like interesting. I don't enjoy the political or social setup in that, it's individual freedom that comes at the cost of collective freedom at times, right? For example, like you don't have the, to bring up a very divisive issue, but nonetheless one that I disagree with as someone that doesn't live there. You're of course entitled to your own setup. I'm just saying I don't like the setup, right? When it comes to like gun rights, you have the freedom to bear arms in the U.S. Something that people are really passionate about, as a part of like American culture. But you don't have the freedom to have safety in large numbers, right? Like the collective doesn't have the freedom of a safe environment. It must sacrifice itself for the rights of the individual. And that sucks to me. Like, I don't enjoy that setup. I enjoy when individuals have to collaborate and get along and sometimes don't get what they want for, because it's a better setup for a group of people, like individual, like religious freedom, right? Religious tolerance of allowing people to sort of worship who they want, but if they're worshiping in a way that gets in the way of other people going about their life, then it's not okay, right? Like, so that's the kind of society I like. And when I see, not being able to play regulated poker in Texas, the namesake of Texas Hold'em, the home of where, No Limit Texas Hold'em really found its community. It's just like an absurd dystopia. Yeah, I think it sucks, to be honest. I do think it sucks. So no, I'm not rooting for the American men's basketball team. Sorry. I hope they lose. I'm not interested. Chloro dropping the 24-month resub. Gets the love of the chat for Chloro, baby. Good luck today, Jamie. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Chloro. I'm going to lose with aces, I'm assuming. It's just how. Am I going to lose by folding here, or am I going to get to the river and then fold? I think I'm just going to fold here. Don't. Listen. Someone better have a flush or a straight right now. Call. We need to see. Call. Call. I'm the best, chat. I'm frankly the best. What a fold on the turn, dude. I knew trips were no good. Don't worry about it. Not to get too political, it's okay. We've already opened the can of worms. I know you always have a decent, respectful take on these kind of things. How do you feel about a billionaire buying a social media platform to push his own agenda? I personally had to block that person because I was too tired of it getting thrown down my throat. So remove the positions he stands for. Do I think billionaires should be able to buy platforms that promote what they believe in? Yes, I do. So Elon buying a platform to try and promote the world that he wants to see, reasonable. I mean, a tax setup where someone can gain as much power as he has, I don't like that setup. Like, so it should be harder to get to the level of power and influence that he's been able to achieve. But within the realms of a capitalist setup, I think people advocating for what's important to them is reasonable. I mean, that said, I do think he is, I don't know, like, of all the destructive people on the planet, like, he might be near the top at the moment, from my point of view anyways. Yeah, I disagree with almost all he has to say. Like, there's very few things I can see where we see eye to eye. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like extremely sort of fundamentalist view on the world that I don't adhere to. I'm not interested in. So yeah, it's too bad because like Twitter used to be a platform I really liked, and now I go on there, I just find myself getting disillusioned. Honestly, I leave feeling like lonely because all I see is, well, I see two things. I see like very inflammatory, sort of racist, sexist, homophobic, hateful sort of rhetoric about whatever group that may fall under. Shock value sort of content that is just like generally hateful because they can. And then I also see my peers starting to agree with them. I see people like getting old in their viewpoints. What I perceive as old, right? Like just kind of settling into a get off my lawn kind of perspective. And yeah, I don't know. Like I just don't. Listen, it's just my view, right? Like I'm not here to tell those people that their views are wrong. All I'm saying is it makes me sad because I feel alone in the world sometimes when I go on Twitter because it's just a hateful, kind of disgusting place, right? Like it just sucks. And there is no more discussion to be had. And I don't like the world that is being advocated for there. I don't enjoy it. It's not the world I want to live in. It might be the world that I live in no matter what, right? Like I'm interested in understanding the reality that will come to be, but it's not what I want. So I feel really intellectually lonely when I go on Twitter. And you may take that as me being arrogant. I'm really not saying that my position is correct. I'm saying that it just doesn't fit in with everyone else's. The idea that like someone's views on ethics are correct or incorrect, I think is silly. It's more so just like, oh, everyone else wants the world to work a different way than I do. That makes me feel sad. I don't know. Like, bums me out, dude. But for sure, there's like a lot. I've definitely changed a lot as a person. So it's not. Not all of this can be projected outwards into, oh, the whole world is changing around me and I've stayed the same. It's like, no, I've changed a lot as a person. And it's less agreeable than it was, has an effect. There's no question. Same thing with the nines here. We're going to call. We definitely don't want to get it in pre-flop here, given the stacks the way they are. Things are really close together. So we just call. Try and make a set. No set yet, but just wait. We're on the turn. Have to fold to the big bet. Just reading your guys' comments on everything. Yeah. Reading everyone's comments because, I know what I've said is fairly controversial. Like, we have a decent-sized American following, and I'm certainly not trying to attack your guys' identities. I just don't like the ideas, basically. Where does most of your chat take place? Mostly on Twitch. Twitch is the top chat. Facebook is second, and then YouTube is third, probably. YouTube is usually really chill in the chat, but... Blue Line Fighter, I'm trying to find your top comment here. Trying to look for it. The thing that doesn't... So here's something that really doesn't make sense to me, chat. And I'm coming into this open in that my understanding of micro and macroeconomics is not high enough to where I can really come up with a solid solution. But like, the thing that doesn't make sense to me about how countries operate and money operates in capitalism is that it's easier to make money when you have money. I'm not blowing anyone's mind. All of us know that. But like, when you have $10 million, it's way easier to make the next 10 million than going from 0 to 10 million. When you have $2 million to make 100 grand, you don't have to do anything, right? So like, I don't think that's a very good setup for human beings if you're trying to solve for the human experience on the whole. It's like a pretty good setup if you want to optimize and incentivize technological progress, but it comes at the cost of the human experience of the people that are alive right now, right? It's forward looking. So I just think I wish there could be a system where when you made money, it got harder to make money. But then there was no cap, right? At that point, there is then pure capitalism, and the successors are lauded and applauded for their exceptionalism in this system. But it feels like they are hated and attacked because people can't attack a system that has no face, right? There's nothing human about it. So, people sort of latch on to the people that are successful within a system. And they didn't necessarily even choose the system. They just participated in it the way it was and then found success. And then, and then people hated them for their success because they don't like the system. They don't think it should work that way. But it's not necessarily their fault. I just would love to see, I'm arguing for a socialist setup here, right? I think the more money you should have, the more you should give back to the collective. Progressive taxation. And I think you should strive for a system where it's harder to make the extra dollar. To an extent, right? When you have 100 million, it should be harder at 100 million to make the next million than it is at 1 million. That doesn't happen right now, but that would be an optimal video game setup, right? It would allow people to sort of tap out of their productivity at a certain point when they wanted to sort of do things for themselves as opposed to for, playing this economic game. And it would drag up the bottom more. I don't know how that works, dude, but like it just kind of it doesn't work very well. I don't like that about how our economies work and how the less fortunate and or the median sort of like income earner kind of gets screwed. I don't know. I don't like it, man. But I'm putting in a lot of effort to learn a lot more about history and math and economics and finance and stuff, so I can have a bit more of a well-rounded view, and that I have people that I really respect that are, staunch libertarians, that are socialists, that are communists, that are, market economists, that are everything in between, right? Like, just where I'm at in my own learning and development. Like, my preference is France, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Germany. Sort of market economies with strong progressive taxation and stringent oversight to ensure that people don't sort of abuse the system to their personal advantage. That's like my preference for a country setup, personally. That's what I like. I joined Twitter in 2010. It's so sad how it's changed. I used to love it. Now it's a channel to complain and much worse. Yeah, it sucks, dude. It really does suck. Best Twitter feature is being able to block words. Don't need to see any of the hate. Yeah. Intellectually lonely when I go on Twitter. I couldn't have said it better myself, dude. Considering it's a social media platform, I hop on there, I just feel alone and sad. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's tough. It's something that I'm working on in life. It's like yeah, I mean, we've already kind of said it. It's a better time, but final table hype, baby. Final table, the 215 big Sunday coming into the FT with 9 million. Look at that 27 million chip lead. Final table hype. 9 million chips. We've got two very big stacks, both on our left, which really sucks for us. 27 million, 25 million, 17 million here, and then it sort of really drops off. So we are in a bit of an ICM cage here, but it's okay. We'll do our best. Worst part of it is seeing my idol D-Negs fall for all the hate. Man. Let me preface this, right? I think Daniel Negreanu historically has deserved more credit than he's got and more respect from the poker community than he's got. So I've been a defender of treating him with respect based on what he's done in the game, respect he deserves. I almost never agree with Daniel Negreanu now, and I don't know what happened. I think I don't know if it's more him or me. I really don't know. But yeah, I mean, when I see his comments, like the unfiltered part of my brain is just like, I feel like I'm witnessing a guy getting old, you know? It's like I'm seeing Kid Poker turn into a grandpa in terms of like his takes on the world. That's like not fair, right? Like he's a human being. He's smart. He's got chops. Like he has his own ability to see the world the way it is. I'm just giving you like my honest, like emotional snap reaction when I see him tweet about things. It's like, dude, this is sad. I'm sad about like what's going on here. But like maybe I just, maybe it's totally my shift and not his. But I don't think so, in that a lot of people feel it the same way as you're saying in the chat, Chloro. Like I don't know, dude. I don't know. It bums me out, man. It does bum me out. Because it's also a weird thing on Twitter, I think, where it's like, you know, these are our peers and it's like our community. So, you know, if it was just like anonymous ideas, it could be like, okay, great. Yeah, let's just yell back and forth and advocate for our idea. But like, you know, I want to treat people with respect because they're human beings. But I also want to tell them that I think their idea sucks for X, Y, and Z reason. But the ability to have that conversation is, I don't think you can really, because people take it personally often, or you can't really talk about it very well. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it just makes me sad, dude. But what Twitter is good at is making me think a lot. When I read Twitter, I see a bunch of shit that I think is terrible and horrific. And then I turn it off because I don't feel as if I can even say anything on the platform. No one's interested in actually having a conversation. And I argue in my head, you know, with the other person's position, with myself, and I think about the things that they're talking about. It's pretty good for that. Fold. We just make 100 million the maximum. Every dollar earned above that goes to charities, the poor, helping others, etc. If you reach 100 million, we build a park bench in your honor. It says that you won capitalism. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I prefer an aggressive taxation system as opposed to that. I prefer like, okay, every dollar of 100 million is taxed at like 90%, right? And then between 100 million and 50 million, it's taxed at like 70%. So that you can still try and get to 110 million, but the amount of effort you need to put in to get that extra 10 million is so disproportionately harder than going from 1 million to 1.5 million. I just like an actual true progressive taxation. But as someone I think pointed out on Facebook here, so they said 2 minutes ago, Wolfgang, nah. Problem is that laws are made on the level of countries and countries compete amongst each other. Yeah, exactly. So then corporations and individuals can just like shelter money in competing nations that have more favorable laws, and then countries lose their talent and their resources because their laws are too adverse to like the people with capital. But it doesn't work, right? Like it isn't working very well for the average individual. But that's why what you're saying, Wolfgang, not is why I still believe in a like reformed capitalism, because I think, you know, people are self-motivated and therefore just working towards checks and balances, country to country to country is the right way to go about it, because individuals are people in a system, right? Like self-motivated. Yeah. It's fun to think about, man. I'm from Finland, where your income yield gets half to the state. Me too. I'm in Quebec. And our top tax rate is 53%. My effective tax rate, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, was 44%. That's with all of the levels up, right? So, where all the Scandinavian countries are in the top best place to live, it's generally best for 95% or so of people, as you have the safety net, just an overall better living standard. It's bad for the top 5% that just want a Sigma mindset, their life to gain as much money as possible. Yeah, Yeah. Like if the game is maximize money, then it's not the right place to live. For sure. Like you don't want to live in Scandinavia if your goal is like, I want to make as much money as I can. But I think that goal is short-sighted. Like I don't think it's a very interesting life from my point of view. Anyways, but yeah. Let's go 1 million heads up. Stakes are too high, brother. We're talking about socialism, dude. What do you think? I can play you for $1 million? I can play you for 10 grand though. Queen Jack. Hold. Are you or your brother competitive when it comes to weekly tournament wins, subscribers, stream views? No. No, I feel like a teammate with Matty Ice, you know? I think both of us want success for each other. Sion Steffen says, played your home game for the first time Friday. Managed to bag a 55 ticket, just made day 2. Let's go. Ship it, Sion. I hope you take that 55 ticket onto second place. I'm going to win, but second place. Good luck. Raise here. So 7.3 million. Still, we've got the ICM disaster. 3 big stacks. 4, I guess. And then a bunch of short stacks. Not a fun spot. Do you offer any percentage online or live just to sweat harder with you? Sometimes I sell action on stakekings.com. I haven't for like a few months, but probably will again in the fall at some point. Yo, we got some hype. Fungal Wizard dropping the 37-month resub. Guys, love the chat. What's up, Jamie? Hope you're having a good weekend, and let's take these tourneys down. Good luck, good luck. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I am going to try my very hardest. Thanks, man, for the 37. I just want to win this one, man. Just this one is good. They can have the other one. I don't mind. Like your view in the country. You're a good man, good player. Thanks, man. I'm from Finland. With your income, you'll give had to say. Also, speeding ticket will be in the thousands. See, that's good though. Like I think that's such a smart setup to tax for people to have to pay tickets based on their income. It makes so much sense to me. So much sense to me, dude. Like speeding tickets should be a percentage of monthly income. That's a no-brainer. Because the whole point of speeding tickets is for it to be punitive, to disincentivize people to take the action. It's not about like generating revenue for the police force. It's about let's create a punishment so that people don't do this behavior, right? And we're going to collect the money so that, you know, we actually do enforce the punishment so that people know that it will be enforced and therefore that they don't do the behavior. So if the goal is to adjust people's behavior, then have it be a percentage of income. Like, you got a couple $1 million in the bank. Who cares about like a $250 speeding ticket? Like, who cares, right? Rich people shouldn't be able to speed for fun. That's dumb. That's a dumb setup. That's such a dumb setup, dude. It's so much better. That's what I'm talking about. That's a way better idea. No offense, Jamie, you sound out of touch, dude, who plays poker for a living for thousands of dollars a day. Out of touch in which way? In which way? Oh my God, it's a huge resub. 105 months as the voice is cracking. I didn't get a drink on break and it's just gonna cause havoc. Question, I got a 1K roll. Should I bother playing a 10K guaranteed mystery bounty worth $30,000 where first place is only 1.6K? Is it worth my time? Thoughts? Yes, it's definitely worth your time. Can you focus through the whole thing? But yeah, I mean, it's worth your time, dude, Williams, and you might win it. remove the X. I feel so much better mentally. Word. 70% tax rate is outrageous. I make a pretty good salary in Australia. And if my government said, oh, you have to pay double tax rate, other person because you worked harder than them and furthered yourself, surely people don't think this is right. I think it's, you know, I don't think that's the case when you're talking about like $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. I mean, like when your yearly income is 2 or 3 or 4 million, you're not making your income because you worked harder. You're making your income because you either had assets passed down to you, or like, you know, you had an outlier event where everything lined up perfectly in the right way to where you developed a really valuable asset that allowed you to make $4 million a year. That should be taxed collectively. So yeah, I do think that, but I'm not suggesting that like people that make $300,000 a year should pay 70% tax. I think rich people, the average rich person would end up actually paying less tax, because like all of the money is the people that have like 100 million or 200 million or 300 million. You know, you park 100 million in the stock market for a year and you make 5 million just for letting it sit there, right? Like it's well, you know, realistically more like 7 million for just letting it sit there. So yeah, I don't know, that like that $7 million being taxed at the same amount as like someone that makes $250,000 doesn't make any sense to me. Like it should get harder. Like there should be a difference between 100 and 200 million. There should be a difference. There should be a difference between 10 million and 100 million. And people that make 100 grand a year should be paying less tax. And definitely the people that make 30 grand a year should be paying less tax. But like also so should the, you know, who you think of as a rich person that's just like lives in suburbia. To me, that doesn't make sense, right? I'm arguing for the wealth disparity to be decreased, and everyone to shift up except for like, you know, the top 2 or 3% of wealth. And again, it can't happen because, you know, we're a multinational world and there's different rules in different countries and people can hide money. But like, you know, if you could design from scratch, for sure, that's what I would do personally. That's what I would do. Muggy says, I think Twitter shows the worst parts of all. People are generally good people. So I think we see DNA sides where he gradually got less skilled at, pretty much going down with the rest of Twitter, not at the same speed. Yeah, I hear you. But Twitter is so successful at creating negative sentiment. They're good at exploiting people's vulnerabilities. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. It really, like it was a discussion platform, you know? So... I think there are problems is obvious, but designing a better system is very hard. There's no guarantee there's a solution. I agree. It's like there's, you know, it's like, I'm not naive enough to think that I have answers. I'm just one guy that, you know, is trying to learn and is trying to be thoughtful, but like, what do I know? You know, like a bunch of people spend all their time on this stuff. Chip EV you can just shove here and profit. I don't think that's what we want to do given the way stacks are. I think we just fold. It's a close spot, right? Chip EV you can shove, like I said. But with a bunch of these shorter stacks, surviving is important. Limping is also not great, right? So yeah, I'm just going to fold. Keep it tight there. Take it based on income is smart, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too. 4's ace king. Mankini with the double up. Not ideal. We're hanging around. If I play with good players, what logical gain can I make in the long run with the right play? Well, you can have a return, right? You could play better than them. Good players are still human beings, and they're still making decisions. Like, how big of an edge? I don't know. It really changes all the time. Thank you, Alex. I'm in a position of privilege to be able to stick to my ideals, you know? There's an element of, like, being lucky enough to even think about the questions. Out of touch meaning you don't resonate with the working class. Kevin from Chicago. Yeah, I mean, fair. Like, I don't think the ways I'm thinking about things is the way that the working class generally thinks about things most of the time. It's true. True. You know, I do think I'm advocating for a system that would benefit the working class, though. Like, I think the working class's life would be better under, like, a socialist setup as opposed to a libertarian or sort of pure market economy. But, you know, I have friends that would disagree with me on that too, so I don't know. But, you know, like I was just kind of saying, right? Like, and I think about this all the time too, because I'm curious if any of you do, right? You analyze your own position, your own way of how you think about things. And I'm kind of aware that it's easy for me to uphold a kind position, right? It's easy for me to advocate for high taxation because I'm not hurting for money. So I get to advocate for a world that has less effect on me immediately because I'm feeling okay, right? If I was in a tougher financial situation where I was struggling to pay rent, well then anything that would cost me more money, I'd immediately be fighting back against. You know? I don't think that's actually true, but it's more likely that it would be true. Of course, I grew up in Canada too, and like Canada culturally values kindness to other people. It's important part of our cultural identity. And so it's pretty easy to draw lines back to why I think I would like to live in a market economy that prioritizes like being kind to the average person as opposed to like pure competition. It's like, oh, well, I grew up in an environment where everyone around me was doing that, right? Like I'm familiar with it. So how much of me is biased because of that background? Like, you know, of course it's a factor. What the heck do I want to do here with King Jack? We have one shorter stack. We should have some fold equity here. Question is, do we want to jam? Calling sucks. It's either jam or fold. And I think it's a jam. I don't think there's enough short stacks for us to fold here. Good luck. They should have a decent raise fold range here, right? Like they are the chip leader. They can raise a ton of hands. And we get it through 7.3 million, which is good. Yeah, so Darknet Fan is pointing out societies that don't tax enough to funnel back into things like education and healthcare are going to be worse off because if you disregard empathy, smart and diligent people not being able to work because of sickness or no access to education is economical suicide. Yeah, I think you can make a pure economic argument for those services. For sure. I think you can, yeah. Kaiser Soze is all in for 5 blinds. We would love to ladder up here, Dottie, please. It's looking like a nope. It's looking like a double. Moving on. Rolling with aces against King 9 for 367,000. Ship it. Let's go. Full Queen Jack. King 10, Ace Jack. Oh, is it over for Billy Bingo? I think it is. There we go. Down to 7. 849 cashed. Okay, okay, okay. First place is 4,800. We're hanging. The working class would definitely be better off. The main beneficiaries of how the tax money would be spent, assuming it would be spent sensibly. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I agree. Aces. It's a beautiful hand. Can I get a double up here? No. Everyone folds. Okay. Hello in Brazil. What's up, Luciano Ramos de Santos? How are you? Welcome. And Kevin Roberts as well on Facebook. Hello. We are all in with the Ace King. Good luck. Not much to talk about here. It's a good hand. We got to flip 17 million club. Oh, King will do. Hold. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Basically tied second. Okay, beauty. We're in third place. Beautiful spot, Dottie. They ship it for 12. Oh. Damn. The problem with this is, you know, Chip EV, we're making some money, but they're going to have raise calls here. So we have hands like King Queen and King Jack suited, and probably Queen Jack suited here, but it sucks when it's a pair. It totally sucks. And that right now we have a lot of power. If we lose this all in, we're down to 10 million. That's still 20 blinds. This seems really close. Like ace 10's obviously a fold. I don't know. I really don't know. I would expect that the book is going to call that hand and it's going to be the edge. And I think I'm fine with my fold. Not a bad steal hand, but I don't like the stacks behind, so we'll fold. Pretty hand. Gonna fold again though. Good 3-bet spots from both these opponents. Don't want to have to call this all in. It's a pretty hand, but I'll just fold. Ace in the big blind in a Brie. In a Guru's financial advisor. Ace 10 against 9s. That's a straight. We are down to 6, $985. So a little less ICM pressure now, I'd say. That those short stacks are gone. Slightly less. Do you want to 3-bet this? I think so. I think we do. 2.5 million. We're unfortunately going to have to call in all in if Men in Bikini shoves, but they will fold, which is great news. Okay. Jacks can be a tough hand, but I don't think when we're 33 blinds deep, it's too difficult. Against this opponent, we're going to call a 3-bet. I think 4-bet all in is fine, but not the optimal way to play. And then against everyone else, we'd be all in, I think. Okay, we're going to small bet. You can argue a check back here, but I think bet is probably better. I never look at what comes just because it doesn't really matter, right? Like, I think poker after you've played for a while is a game about decisions, not what would have happened. So after you make the decision, like, you're going to have a random amount of times where you suck out, a random amount of times where it would have gone poorly. And it's just not that interesting. But I should remember to do it more because obviously the people watching would love to see that. So I just forgot. Only 2 tables tonight. Getting towards the end of the stream here. Ace Jack, beauty. Call, I think, probably. Fold. It's crazy because we would have called a jam here. Blind versus blind, right? Or if they raise, I would have jammed and they call. I would guess. Wow. Ace jack fives. That's a double up for the fives. We would have been knocked down, but instead, kind of three of us tied for the lead here, really. 23, 23, 20, 20, 21. So four of us tied, and then two quite shorter stacks. This is a very interesting stack setup. Really interesting. Interesting discussions. I should chill here more often. Cheers, man. Yeah, I like talking about big life stuff, you know? And I know a lot of people really dislike it, but I find it interesting, you know? Sometimes, especially when there's nothing to talk about in between the poker. And we do really have some great discussions here sometimes. Alex says, I agree with most of your ideas, but only on theoretical levels. Society and the decision makers are capable of making sensible judgments how to distribute money for the benefit of all. Yeah. You know, it's a great point. I mean, back to the top, like, people are self-interested. There's going to be corruption in any system. And then also, like, in a high taxation setup, you know, by necessity, there's going to be money spent on things that don't seem important to you because it's for a group of people, not for an individual. So a good example is, like, one of my favorite things about Montreal is art, dude. This place is so damn lit all the time. There's Jazz Fest that goes on in the center of the city, right? Tons of police force, tons of police force needed to keep everything secure because there's several 100,000 people walking around downtown, right? And then there was Just for Laughs comedy, which now it's called Comedy Ha. So last night, right, I went to this thing called Comedy Ha. Dane Cook was doing stand-up. Walked around, you know, probably 100,000 people walking around. It's fun. I biked there in all these bike lanes that cost gazillions of dollars to set up around the city. And I hopped on my rental Bixie bike, which cost me $100 a year for unlimited bike rides. And so I biked around the city like I was in summer camp. And then I went to a comedy festival, and then I got back on my bike. And then I went to a firework festival where there's 10 fireworks shows that are 30 minutes long and huge for free, with another 100,000 people watching the fireworks and another 1,000 police making sure everyone gets around and there's no crowd crushes, right? And then I biked to pick up my girlfriend who was at a film festival, and then we biked home. And, like, all that stuff costs money. It costs the taxpayer money to put those on in the city. But it's so damn fun, and it's, like, important to me. For a lot of people, they don't care, right? Like, why am I spending money on all this stuff? But it's really important to me as part of this system. Likewise, like, I also think it's important to fund things that aren't important to me necessarily, right? Like, for example, fixing potholes. Like, I don't know. I don't have a car. I don't really care. But, like, I think some of my tax dollars should go to potholes because we should live in a society where people can choose to drive, can choose to bike, can choose to walk, can choose to be religious or not, can choose to consume art or not, can choose to fly out of the city or not, right? There should be diverse options available in a good society. And so, like, some of your money is just going to go to stuff you don't care about. And that's just got to be true. But if it bothers people so much that, like, if they pay $100 in tax, that $15 of it is going to other people's wants and needs, then they're just not going to like being in that sort of society. And then it's like, well, shit, you don't like it very much. But, like, I think that's better. Kevin, I'm not a communist, and I think communist, kind of like you said, utopia land is a theoretical utopia. I don't even think it's a utopia in that I don't enjoy the setup. I think individual liberty is too important. People being self-interested and being able to make a choice as to how hard they want to work in a system, what they do within a system. I'm not a fan of communism, for sure. But yeah, like, drag time story hour at every local library funded by local taxpayers, I mean, is a pretty interesting depiction. This is close, but a fold again. Not worth flipping. In that, to me, like, the average working man, as you put it above, like, you seem out of touch, you know, votes against their own self-interest because they get wrapped up in being afraid of, you know, people in drag, right? Or gay people or immigrants. And politicians very effectively make them the enemy, in my view. So that working class or poor people vote against their own self-interests. But yeah, like a story time for kids to attend a story time at a local library, like that's the sort of society I'd like to live in and I'd like to pay for. And that coming at the cost of the size of my house is what I would like. That's my preference for a society setup. For sure, 100%. Big fan of it. Subsidizing schooling, post-secondary schooling, transportation, you know, public infrastructure. All of that is like, huge fan of it. I'm not saying everywhere in the world should be like that. Like, no, should be variation. It's just, I get really sad in like pure libertarian, like individualist setups, you know? I want to start learning professional poker. Where should I start? I don't really get along with books. Online material, right? I think the first step is learning what you don't know, which poker's such a massive game, dude. It's a huge game. So right now you don't really know what you need to learn. You don't know what you don't know yet. So start to consume streams, start to watch YouTube videos, listen to podcasts, you know, read forums, start to pick up as much as you can, and you'll start to get a bit more of a sense of the scope of the game, right? And from there you can dive in. I think online training material, especially if you're not a huge reader, online video courses are going to be where you want to go, but you don't need to start there. You can start for free. If you weren't a poker player, what occupation would you have? I really don't know. I have no idea. I have about 35 different others that all sound interesting to me, to be honest. Profit for the day, I think top 5 is profit. Top 4 is profit. 5th is like break even. But don't sleep on this one. We're pretty close to the money here in the 109 Grand Prix Summer Party as well. So girlfriend, not fiance. Yeah, I use it interchangeably, but yeah. Seems lately, whenever I open and raise, I'm getting re-raised. Don't play bad hands or open an earlier position. Almost scared to raise. It's been going on for a while, also running into better hands. Won 1900 last week. I don't know how. Yeah, I think it's probably selective perception. Sometimes it feels like that to where everything you play is getting played back at, but it's usually just like a few times in a row. You know, they've woke up with the right hands and maybe one time they made a move on you, so I wouldn't sweat it. If you play a really solid fundamental strategy, there's no counter to it, right? Like, if they're 3-betting you every time you open, well, you're going to have enough good hands where you're 4-betting to where you can own them, so. Ooh, not a great flop actually here. I'm going to go for small bet. I'm basically representing that I have ace high here and that I'm value betting. And it worked, I think. Darknet Fan says, I take the general point of some money going to things I don't need, but I hate the money goes to specifically car infrastructure money and space that could go to things that benefit more than individuals. I hear you. I hear you, man. I don't have a car, but I rent a car maybe once every 2 months or so. I think it's important to have car infrastructure for like emergency services, deliveries and stuff. But I think the proportion of car infrastructure to other transit is like out of whack in most countries around the world, especially cost-wise proportionally. But Montreal's kind of leading the way on that, so. I agree, yet the most crucial professions are like teachers, healthcare workers. Even the police are really struggling in Finland, understaffed, underpaid, overworked. Yeah, man, I mean, like, of course I have that, you know, feeling myself of like what I do is such an individual pursuit, right? Like playing poker for a living and telling poker stories on the internet. Like, it's such an individualistic job. And I think I should have the right to be able to spend a lot of my life doing that, but I definitely feel so in debt to the people that are doing things that benefit us more collectively, like the firefighters and the police force and the teachers and the healthcare workers, especially what they just went through, dude. Like the amount of shit they just went through, getting paid like so poorly proportionally, right? And people that are working at grocery stores, right? Like just these jobs that are so important. I feel like a debt of gratitude to people that do them. And yeah, I don't know. It just, again, we've talked about it in circles forever, but like, I just don't really like the setup so much. I think, I like a society where they're compensated more fairly. Municipal level stuff is really good here, yet the bigger picture not as rosy. Yeah. Word. Nice, Rook. I'll look you up on Facebook, man. I don't stay very up to date on Facebook. Are you in Montreal, Bob? I'm assuming not, but. I'm assuming not. Yeah, the problem is like when I search people, because a bunch of my followers on Facebook are from all around the world, like the Facebook algorithm does not work, right? Like if you have like a conventional social network, it knows who you're talking about when you type in Bob Hoke. But because I have followers from everywhere, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, there's 800 Bob Hokes. We don't have no idea which one you're trying to find. There's probably less than 800 Bob Hokes, I would think. Could be wrong, though. But yeah, it's a pleasure to talk, Bob Hoke. I like talking about this stuff. I'm really interested in it. So always would be happy to. I don't keep up on Facebook Messenger very much just because I get a little overwhelmed. It's really easy to do in the stream or in person in Montreal too. Just read my last text. Sounds like I'm on a dating site. No, I mean it's hard to find people to engage with this stuff in real life, not on the internet. I think that's why I feel, anyways. All's Even Fever dropping the 6-month resub. Gets a love of the chat for your boy. All's Even Fever. Thank you very much, yo. Printers be printing. Let's go. Thanks for that Prime sub, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you, All's Even Fever. Been watching for the last 2.5 hours. Just wanted to chime in, give you some bink luck. Let's go, Danny. Come on, Danny. It's time to win this tournament. I feel like we can. Why not? We're in second place on 19 million. We want this 5 million stack to bust, but really chilling, just biding our time, find our spot. There's about $3,800 to play for between the 6 of us. Why no car? No need for one. Have enough public transportation. Enough public transportation. And it comes with specific headaches in the city as well. It's dense enough here where you definitely don't need it. I live pretty close to one of the main metro stops that has 2 lines on it, so I can get anywhere. And then there's really good bike infrastructure for the 8 months of the year where that is comfortable to do. So yeah, I don't know. I take like on average 1 Uber a month. I rent a car every month and a half or 2 months to go on a road trip somewhere. And then other than that, it's just all biking, walking, or metro. And then also with parking, you got to move your car on the street. Sometimes the left side, sometimes the right side. Street cleaners, snow removal, garbage pickup. So it's just a hassle, right? Like you have a job essentially to do, especially working from home. Like you got to wake up at X time, move it from here to here. If you don't have parking, got to park a couple blocks away. And then you got to spend, 10, 15 grand on a car. And then it costs you a couple grand to insure and keep your registration up a year. And it's just like I can just like rent a car the 6 times I actually need it for $1,500. And it's cheaper and easier. And yeah, so. But if I was to move like home or move somewhere else, I would need a car for sure. I like driving. I enjoy it. But I prefer biking and walking and transit. But I do like driving. It's fun. Road trips. Okay, I need a drink, dude. I'm losing my voice. When we come back, chat, we are down to 6. Trying to play for the win in the Big Sunday. Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll be right back. Call with Jack 9. Closing the action here. We flop an open-ender to a straight. Not a bad spot, but do we want to check raise right away? Problem with check raising is sometimes we have to fold our equity and our hand's almost like too good, right? Like I don't want to check raise and then have to fold to a jam against like nut flushes or whatever, it just sucks. So we're just going to call and then decide what to do on the turn. Hell yeah, dude. I'm going to go for a big bet. I don't think a block makes too much sense here, to be honest. Probably just check a queen. It's really hard to rep a queen. So we're going to go for the block, for the big sizing, and represent the bluff. This is where it gets interesting. 2 blinds, big bounties. Let's see what happens here. Come on, Linus. Fold. Fold this hand, Linus. Fold. Dang it. We're down to 7. We cannot call here. Clubs. So many clubs. All right, we're down to 6 left in the tournaments. 426 plus our bounties of 250. Once upon a time, we were chip leading, though, and now we are like third or fourth. Kind of tied for third. Ace nine, chillin'. Tough spot if Baby Shark shoves here. As I said, it's a tough spot. Very close, I think, with ace nine. Probably best to go for it in that the 75 bounties, whatever. But our ability to cover these two opponents is relative, is useful, and to win the tournament. So I think it's probably worth going for it in that regard. Yes, they're going to have ace 10 3 ace king sometimes. They're going to have 10s plus sometimes. But they also should be able to have pretty much every Broadway here. Maybe not jack 10 offsuit. Maybe not queen 10 offsuit. Pretty much every other one though. A bunch of suited hands. So yeah, we're going to go for it. Good luck. It's king jack. Hold. Good flop. Good turn. Ship it. Let's go, Dottie. Come on. Let's go. 75 bucks and a bunch of chips. It's going to put us on just under 900, I think. Basically three-way tie for the lead here. If they're really good here, they can triple barrel. Most people aren't. It's a good flop for fours. It's just a spot where our range is quite capped, and that creates problems for us. But they check, which is cool. I check as well. What do we beat here? Threes, ace 3, 7-8 suited, which is going to bluff now. I don't know, probably call. Like 6s, 7s, 8s are in there as well, but we're getting a decent price. I think we call. Ace 9, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that hand wants to bet flop typically. Because, you know, I didn't think that she would be on the Gnome versus Knight TikTok, but you just got to stay up to date with what's going on. Oof. King Queen suited is so strong, man. I think I call here. There's no argument for 4-bet, right? The thing about 4-bet is it does put us in the lead, and this hand has a lot of equity against a lot of hands. But when they have the goods, we're out. I think we should call. Too small to folds, getting like 5.5 to 1. Hey chat, we're back in action. Thanks for hanging out on break. We are on the final table of the 215 Big Sunday. 3 of 6 right now, but really all of us are kind of tied except for the 5 million stack. And then everyone's really close together, so. Let's see how it goes. What did you think about the WSB cheating scandal? We kind of talked about it quite a bit earlier. I'll summarize it. One, I think it's not the image we want for poker going forward. I don't think it's the way we want tournaments to work either. Leaving image aside, I don't think that's how they should work. I think it was not cheating. It's a gray area. It's a little murky. I don't think it was cheating. I think he's a worthy champion, but I think we should make things better into the future. You know, like I don't think it should work like that. So yeah. Ciao. What's up, Francesco? Lorenza? I really don't know very much Italian at all. But ciao, my friend. Salut, mon ami. All in. Call here. We're going to fold the jack 4 suited. Can we ladder? Ace, king, king, queen. Queen for the ladder. Okay. We have a new short stack here. Man in bikini is on 10 million. Josh around now is also on 10. 7, 10, 12, 17, 28, 29. Interesting. Streaming tomorrow, Jamie. I don't have a day 2 in the main event yet. I'll have to see how things go. Fold the raise 3-bet there. All in. Just catching on my chat. Yeah, you have to understand most people in these jobs are happy to have these jobs to feed their family. Some people don't like the jobs but are happy to have a stable income. It's all a question of perspective for sure. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that people in those jobs like grocery store workers or public transit drivers or you know, doctors or nurses or anything, that there's anything not admirable about those jobs. Not at all. Like, perfectly reasonable to aspire to it, and I don't think they're hard done by. I just think proportionally we don't reward them enough. But I don't mean to say that there's something bad about it. Definitely not the case. Not a bad hand to 3-bet fold, but the stack's set up really poorly for it here. They're raising into 3 reshove stacks. I don't like it. Planning on coming back to London? Yeah. Probably will be taking 2 trips to London in the next 6 months. I don't think I'll have time to put together a meetup game, but I'd like to play some poker, so maybe I'll see you there. I'm reading Vicky Corin's book right now. And there's lots of stories about the Vic. So I think I would love to go to the Vic and play some poker just to see what it's like. Seems fun. Jamie 1 Staples 1 fan. Drop the resub, gets a love of the chat. 16 months back again. Good luck, Jamie. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Gets a love of the chat for Jamie 1 Staples 1 fan. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. We're down to 5. Okay, there you go. Ace, queen, ace, 8. And they raise again. 7-8 suited. Probably want to 3-bet this often. Game flow wise, they've raised the last 3 hands in a row. They just knocked someone out. They raised for a 4th time into a reshove stack, into a bigger stack. It seems like 7-8 suited, we don't want to flat because of this lineup. It's going to be a 3-bet most of the time, but game flow wise, I don't like it. So, you know, it feels dirty to fold things that are like clearly in our 3-betting range, but I'm fine with it here. Darknet fan with the take on the car infrastructure, by the way, as well. So I'm going to read through this here. We definitely need infrastructure for trucks, getting from rail to the store, all kinds of things. Meant is that not much of a societal good to have an extra lane on the Autobahn. See, that I agree with, yeah. Like multi-lane stuff is not too useful. Like I like highways between cities, right? But I don't think we need to prioritize their efficiency necessarily, right? Taxes are a tool for incentive and disincentivize such that the population as a whole benefits. Society shouldn't necessarily value some behavior for other behaviors instead of banning or mandate that we incentivize. So we should keep the tax on tobacco high and build a solid rail network. Private cars should be the sole burden of the person buying it, including parking and extra infrastructure. Yeah, we have 2 extra parking spaces because they came with the house we bought and no car, kind of absurd. Yeah. So I really agree with the sentiment. We could probably battle it out on the details specifically, but I think exactly the heavy lifting that the average taxpayer does for car infrastructure as opposed to rail, metro, cycling, walking infrastructure is too high. Like the proportion is out of whack. And also the incentives of environment in the city or in the cities that you live in to prioritize the speed of getting around in a car as opposed to the experience of every other mode of transport and or the person just being alive is out of whack too. For sure. Like I'd totally be okay if car trips took an extra 40% longer, but the experience of everyone else in the city was improved. That is a positive to me, at least with how I think about things at the moment. So I think we'd largely agree. But it is interesting because if there ever is fully autonomous self-driving cars, I think that really could change quite a lot. Which it's just not there, but that does make individual vehicles a little bit more of a useful mode of transport, I think. But we're not there, so I don't know. I'm curious to see how that's all going to come out. What's up, Teddy Bear 429? Good to see you. Welcome. Now, you can probably shove. You can 3-bet call here. I think probably call is the right default. I like 3-bet call more than shove, for what it's worth. Yeah, I'm going to 3-bet call, actually. They're going to open a very wide range on the button. I like just being able to take advantage of that right away, and then it's also going to flop pretty well. Listening to a Montrealer talk about infrastructure is interesting, as I'm a Alberta boy where car is the only option, so much space. Yeah, I grew up in Alberta, Lethbridge, and I lived in Calgary for a year and a half, so like I come from that environment. And I've used both extensively. Like, I just greatly prefer a collective transportation to like an individual one. I think it's so much better. But, you know, just my view. Yeah, so all 7 of you are talking about been teaching for 10 years in an area of high deprivation, about to start a new job ahead of school in September. Congrats on that, by the way. I love what I do, but I work exceptionally long hours, my choice. So many quite rightly don't want to work what is effectively compulsory unpaid overtime. We have a teacher retention crisis here in the UK, sadly. Yeah, both my parents were teachers. My dad a music prof, and then my mom a high school teacher for most of her career. So I'm familiar with that experience. Yeah, I feel the same. Well, I think Unique Kiwi, you've got to add all the flights from tomorrow morning. You've got to add all today's flights, but it'll fall short of the guarantee. I think just summer is a chill time for online poker usually. Unique Kiwi. King 8 off suit. We're going to fold. Thank you for the replies. Broke even on the night. Can't believe I just chatted with Jaime Staples. Good luck. Anytime, brother. I'm not that hard to reach. Love to chat, man. Ace 5's pretty decent. If we see a shove here, we call. It'd be for 6 blinds. But if someone else gets involved, then we get out of the way, right? But this is going to be, you know, any Broadway, like any ace can shove here. Probably down to like King 8, something like that. Queen 9 suited is going to shove, Jack 9 suited. So yeah, pretty wide range of hands, but we get a call here, which takes us out of the hand. Best poker player from Sweden, Lena, 900. Kind of not close. Oh, shorty doubles. That's brutal. We didn't want that. We didn't want that. 11 million, okay. Sixes. We could probably flat here. I don't like shoving, especially game control wise. I think we can call. I don't want to see like half pot here. Let's check. Check the turn. Be fine with a small bet. So check is a good start. What things do we need to be concerned about? There's still a reasonable value range for our opponent. 9s, 10s now can bet. They will have the occasional slow play, not that many though. I think we need to at least call one bet and then decide on the river what to do. We have a flush. Is a flush good? Yes. What was it? That checked flop bet turn. Ace jack. Sneaky. The top. Morning, Jamie from Perth, Western Australia. What's up, Luke Brooker? How are you? 6 a.m. Monday morning. Hope you have the best Monday. Check, check, flop. They bet turn. We call with a 6. Really big sizing on the turn randomly, like 3/4 after a check, check. That make a ton of sense. Ugh. Sucks. Autonomous driving would make traffic more efficient. I really love it for rural areas, sending a bus that runs every half hours, running empty most of the time, but I'm not sure it would make inner cities much more walkable. Or the energy needed for private vehicles compared to public transit. Yeah, I think, well, it'll make a big difference for long haul traffic, right? Being able to hop in a car, fall asleep, wake up in a different city 10 hours away. Make a big difference. Will be very competitive against flying. For sure. Like, well, you know, who would want to fly compared to that, right? But then it also will probably shift car ownership from a personal thing to a public thing, in that, like, if you could hail a car at any time immediately to get to anywhere else, why would you want to own your own when you never have to drive it? So it'll probably shift car ownership to, like, city-owned assets, for example, or private companies that own fleets of cars that automatically pick people up. You know, hotel chains that own cars, right? Like the Best Western, you know, auto, the auto BMW, right? Where it's like picks you up, you go to sleep, whatever. So like publicly owned autonomous cars could change things, but their ability to communicate with each other to make traffic more efficient should alleviate some of the problems, right? In that you don't have to worry about humans making human decisions at that point. It's a whole system, optimizing for a whole system. I don't know. You know, it's probably a pipe dream that I'll see when I'm 70 or 80 years old, right? Like, not realistically something that's going to take hold in the prime of my life, but it may change our view on individual or small pods of transport. We'll have to see and see how efficient it is compared to, like, you know, I'm a huge metro and train and cycling stan. Like, I think they're much better, but I haven't completely written off the automobile because of that innovation in inner cities. We'll have to see. I don't know. But I do think it'll end private transportation, because like private ownership, because why would you own one? Okay, rolling with ace king. Good luck. It's king 10. First of all, no royal flush for us. Very sad. Second of all, 3 of us are tied now for third place, or tied for last, depending on how you want to look at it. Best poker player from Denmark. I don't know. I don't know. Who would you guys say is the best from Denmark? C. Darwin, also Swedish, very good. But yes, Lane is the GOAT. Word, yeah. Do you rate Jonathan Little's a poker player's material? Yeah, so I'm actually reading one of his books right now in our poker book club. It's taken me a while to get through because it's very dense, but I think it's a great instructional book. It's a little bit beginner in its content for me personally. It's a bit of a review, but I would totally recommend it to other people that are more beginners trying to become intermediates, because I think it's full of great information. So I'm a fan of what he's doing. I think it's good. Can't attest to his video content, but I'm impressed so far with what I've seen. So ace is ace queen. And we've lost a player. We are profit guaranteed. Very nice to get a profit on the board, chat. Took us long enough, man, as we're on the bubble here in the Grand Prix Summer. So 1587 cash, and then it goes up to 2200, 3100, 4800 for the win. We are in last, but we can win. Why not? Would you still recommend Raise Your Edge as the best studying tool? Also, so I think it depends, right? Like Ben is very good at tournament poker. The math is the math is the math is the math. One of the reasons that I left Raise Your Edge is I thought the delivery of the content was shifting into a little bit of like shaming the audience / you suck and you need to do this or else you're always going to suck. A little bit like toxic, more, I don't know, based on something that I don't think is relevant to being really good at poker. But that's the delivery of the information, right? Which, I don't agree with. At the end of the day, Ben has incredible chops at the game of poker, right? They have a ton of useful information. So I think it's high quality. I just don't really believe in it compared to, I don't know, like meeting people where they are, and sort of, treating them with a bit more respect in terms of your delivery of information, right? Let's see if I can pull up a specific example. Ace 7, not the chip leader here. A fold. If they're the chip leader, I'm probably just gonna regem here. Yeah, he's just released a mindset course. Like, I don't rate his mindset content. I mean, he would say, like, who are you to say, I'm a very successful, very high stakes poker player. You haven't won any 100Ks. You haven't won any 10Ks. Like, how do you know? Fair. I just don't find his mindset stuff conducive. Like, I think he rates some of it as the reason why he's successful, whereas I think it's just a byproduct, not necessary to actual success in the game. Yeah, I don't know. Just not for me anymore. Good luck, Unique Kiwi, in day 2, man. What's up, James Cartwright? Pow. Got you, brother. Henrik Hecklund. Yeah, that's a good answer, actually. Probably correct on Denmark. I'm all in. Please don't call. Please fold. Please fold. You don't want to call here. Big run up time. You got this. Jadon. Thanks, brother. That sucks. Come on! Let's go! Basically flipping there. I don't know how much equity we started with, but it's pretty close to equal. I would guess 44%. That's my guess. Maybe 43. But we raised this up on the button. Come on, chat. Let's go. Does it show you in the replayer? No, it doesn't. Well, you guys can tell me, chat, what that Queen 8 versus King 3 was in equity or King 5. Because I missed it. Three bet less than all in on like 14 blinds. We just fold here. Benzie B copies Andrew Tate's social media style. It's embarrassing. Yeah, I think there's a lot of similarities in some of their viewpoints on things. However, I don't think he's necessarily copying. I think that's what Ben believes. I don't think he's like conniving of like, oh, this is just a way to sell, so I'm going to like create an image that I don't believe in. I think he believes in what he's saying for what it's worth, but like I don't at all. Like a good example of like a subtopic that just, first of all, let's double up with queens here. This is a huge jam. For the lead. For the lead. Beautiful. There's one card I don't want to see. Come on, let's go. Let's go, baby. We're in the lead. Do sixes and fold. So I remember one of Ben's points was kind of like, basically like TikTok is brain rot, right? Like not a very unique viewpoint. A lot of people feel that, but his whole point was like, if you spend TikTok, you can't be successful. Was his viewpoint. And I think that is stupid. Like, is spending an hour on TikTok the most useful use of your time if you want to become the best poker player in the world? Of course not, right? Like, of course it's not very useful to achieving that goal. However, like, life can be just bigger than your one singular focus. And the way that it's phrased is that if you do this, you're an idiot, and you can't become successful. And it's like, of course you can, right? And like, the example is Ben does several things himself, right? Like, he's a poker player, but he also runs a poker training school, has meetings with various other people, and he also runs an esport team. If he dropped either the training school or the esport team, he would all of a sudden have like 20 extra hours a week to spend time into poker, right? If he spent 19 of those hours on poker and 1 on TikTok, he would still be a better poker player, right? Like, so this sort of like binary, like, if you do these things that aren't effective, you're a loser and you're not going to be successful, I just find dumb, right? Like, it's just like, but it's a thing where it's just like, you've just got to rephrase it, right? Like, it's not like, just stop calling people idiots and just be like, if you want to become successful, the most important things to spend your time on are X and Y and Z, right? But like, dude, I spend probably 30 minutes a day on TikTok now. It used to be about an hour. Very relaxing. It's just like a reset. Like, you turn my brain off. It's like, oh, okay. People talk about books, and I see whatever the latest viral clips are, and it's totally fine, dude. It's so this sort of like ideal, like it's what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not looking for idealistic. It's I don't know exactly the word I'm looking for, but essentially, like, I don't think the frustration at that behavior is reflective of the actual behavior. I think it's a grouping in of a general collective group of people, right? And what seems important to them, and like, you can't be like them if you want to be successful, right? It's a revolt against general society as opposed to specific instruction. And it's just like, well, I'm not going to pay $1,000 for a training course for you to emphasize your frustration with a part of society that you don't, get along with. I want your advice on how to get better. And spending an hour on something that isn't getting better doesn't deserve my time. I understand if I'm taking an hour off that it's not helpful, right? Like, I get it. So yeah, that loses me. Just being honest, like, I just totally disagree, so. We're in the money here. We reshoved fours. 6-4, we're going to try and limp in as the chip leader. We raise 7-8 on the button. What studying tools do you recommend instead, bro? Books, courses, etc. Really depends where you're at in your learning journey. I think earlier you are, the more you want to start with cheaper resources, books, free learning sources, etc. And then the more advanced you are, the more you might want to look at something like hybrid poker. 1 second. What do you call? Kings against Jack 9. Got to dodge a lot here. Come on, let's go. We're three-handed, baby. We are three-handed, 2,200 guaranteed. Can we win this tournament? Probably. We've got over half the chips in play. It's a good start. Yeah, so, you can look at solvers. You can look at subscriptions to, data tables. You could look at a hybrid poker. That's as you get more advanced. I think in the beginning, you just want to take in some of the sources and go from there. So jam seems decent here. Jack 8 through Jack 10, and then limp call Queen Jack, and then limp fold Jack 7. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Flipping. Would have preferred no call, but Heart, Jack 8, dreams. Is that a straight? Let's go. Let's go, baby. We're heads up. All right. 31.58. We're playing for $1,600-ish here. Good luck. Where's the good luck? I'll send this. What's up, Tony? Thanks for tuning into the stream, man. Welcome on Facebook. Welcome, everyone. This is beautiful. If they limp, we raise 3.5x here, I think. But they raise jam. Jam. Take it down. Good stuff. We call a jam here. We're limping to induce. It's worked. Hold it, baby. Come on. 8s for 6s. I can't see a 5. Cannot see a 5 here. Come on. Let's go. Winner the 215 Big Sunday. Let's go, baby. Come on, chat. 48, 50, 79. Whoo! Oh, it feels good to win tournaments, man. First win in a second. Thank you all for watching, man. Come on, chat. 48, 50, 79. What a big print. What's up, YouTube? What's up? You best subscribe to this channel, YouTube. I'm telling you. I'm so close to 100,000. Come on, YouTube. Ship it, baby. Let's grab the photo. Listen, we got to brag about it. We got to brag about it. Remind people. We still know what we're doing. Let's go, chat. Come on. Good stuff, man. Oh, I'm happy. All right. 75 and 110 in the Sunday party. Very nice day. Already locked up. 3,500 profit. More. So let's see. Ace 3 in the big blind. Let's call for 20 grand. Check. Yeah, and Jamie, who doesn't take an hour off useless comedy or movie or TV shows even Nobel Prize winners do? Exactly. No, I mean, I think there's a pretty good book about peak performance, I think it's called, right? And I remember this as well from like my training days with Mike Viconti and everything. Like the formula to progress over time is stressing the muscles, right? You all know this. Plus rest. You have to rest the muscles to gain the benefit from stressing them. You have to. If you don't, they're not going to rebuild, right? So it's stress plus rest. It's the same thing when you're working your mind and you're learning, or you're trying to execute a solid game plan with a game like poker, right? You're going to stress your mind by putting in reps on the table, right? Stress your mind by learning a bunch of stuff, and then you need to rest, right? Like rest. If you don't rest, you're not going to attain the stuff that you need to get better over time. So yeah, man, like working hard is really important, right? Like, and individual responsibility, and, you know, developing systems that are successful and figuring out ways to be sort of consistent over years and years, right? Like all of that's really important, but like not resting is dumb. And I think, you know, the answer to that from someone that disagrees with me, it would be like, yeah, but, you know, you need to rest in a specific way, not in this toxic way, right? And I think that's dumb, right? Like watching short clips, if you find it relaxing and you're able to sort of turn off your brain and just chill out, is valid. It's a valid way to rest. So, anyone says that you can't do that, I don't have time for their advice. Like it's just not very smart. I don't know. But that's not the main value, of course, of like the success of some of the people that we're talking about, right? It's like when you're really, really sharp at tournament poker, it's like, hey man, like your ability to come up with the right decisions on the poker table happens so consistently that it's useful to learn from. But there's all sorts of stuff in poker training that has nothing to do with decisions at the table and has everything to do with things around it, right? Like look to people's bankroll management advice. Like none of the guys at the top levels followed their own bankroll management advice. None of them did. And yet it's the consistent advice that people give. So, yeah, you know what I mean? It's just kind of silly. Let's go check. Come on, baby. Let's go. Big win, chat. Big win. Day started out so bad. This is a great Sunday now. Let's go, man. We were running pretty bad in the 320s and the 215s. But then, yeah, just won 4 out of 5 spins and then shipped the 215 pretty good, man. Thanks, David Joseph Moreno. Thanks, man. Thank you, everyone. Art cash, not quite, man. Not quite an art cash. Not quite. You won the Pokerstaples Weekly. Way to go. Thank you. Yeah, that tournament used to be the Grand. So, one of my favorites. Lil Pig Boy dropping the Prime sub. Gets a love of the chat for that 2-month resub. Coming in from your boy, Lil Pig Boy. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate it. Let's go. Come on, Luke Johnson. Let's go, man. Usain Bolt rolled out of bed late, ate chicken nuggets on the morning he broke the world record in the 100-meter Olympic final. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's what you want to aspire to do, obviously. You want to take what you do seriously and try your best, but then sometimes there seems to be, in a particular subset of the world and the internet, and I'm certainly fell victim to this at a certain point of my development. There is a fetish around personal sacrifice and punishment, right? Like that without the feedback of difficulty, you're not doing a good job, right? And I don't know, like, I think that's a harmful idea. Jamie, not sure how you'll remember me from your Lethbridge golf days. Bryson, I check on your stream once in a while and happy to join just in time for the win. GG's, hope all is well with you. Bryson. I can remember, definitely can remember a Bryson Huchelak. Bryson. Are we talk? There's a lot of golf. Are we talking Dean Spriddle golf, Evergreen golf? Are we talking Country Club Workers golf, Country Club Players golf? Or are we talking Lethbridge College golf? I'm trying to place it, Bryson. I'm sure. Listen, I just need a face. I need a face, and I'm there. Okay. Thank you for watching. I'm sorry it doesn't come to mind immediately. I'm a little frazzled. Life has been a little hectic over the last decade. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Things are good here. Yeah. Things are good. And likewise, hope things are good with you. Oh, you've got to remember as well, there was even pre-country club days in golf. We're going to fold the turn here. King 6 is a fold. Man, I gotta try and find Bryce. I can't, bro. We can't be doing this. Little mysteries, dude. I think the lead in the clubhouse is Bryson Huchelak. I think that's the lead in the clubhouse right now. I think that's the lead. That's all I got at the moment, man. Tell me I'm right. Come on. Tell me I'm right, dude. Pretty good hand here. Ace 4 suited. Hand we like to raise. I'm Gandalf Sachs guy on your 109 table, Jamie. In case you forgot, I did actually. What's up, Spud? You beauty. Don't you be shoving on me here, Gandalf Sachs guy. Fold your hand. Thank you. Okay. We win. Did anything happen in the Olympics today, chat? What did you watch? I'll be watching some tonight. I am going to a movie in 3 hours, 2.5 hours, assuming that I don't win this. Which I could. But won't be able to watch any Olympics till like midnight or so, recapping. Looking forward to watching a bit tomorrow. What I want to find is a nice patio in Montreal with an outdoor TV that is chill enough where I can like take a book, sip on some gin tonics and watch Olympic for like 3 hours and read a book, you know? Anyone have any ideas? Some people are just so good at what they do, they don't have to try and still be the best. Usain Nuggets. Gotta love the chicken nuggets, man. Gotta love them. That's it. I nailed it. My dad retired this year as well. Earned. Dude. Earned. Your dad worked hard. Bryson's dad was my boss for several years when I was growing up. Probably like 14 to like 18, 19-ish in there. I was a pretty bad employee, frankly. But your dad is a legend. Yeah, always look back fondly at the times, dude. At the country club. I hope one day I can spend more time there. Are you in Lethbridge? With the delay, you probably got to go. And listen, I'm not looking to hold you around, but at some point, man, it'd be good to catch up. Thanks for tuning in, and likewise, all the best. Trags in the big blind. Wow, big tank and a call. What's going on here? What's going on here, Trags? We're going to go for a small bet. Just have eights and don't have king, queen. And don't have sevens either. That'd be annoying. Eights. What? Wow. Okay. Turn the jack. Didn't have to bluff. Fair enough. Moving on. Jacks is huge. We're going to be reshoving on Spud 989 here. Reshoving. Jack stands ace deuce. No deuce or ace. Rip. GG chat. Oh, no, wait. We're still in. 207,000. 217,000. Just kidding. We're good. We're fine. Come to Ottawa. Sit on my deck. I'll move the TV out and pour the gins. It sounds beautiful, frankly. I don't have a car, and how am I getting home? I'm going to have to book a train ticket. Sounds nice. Fives is the one. This is how we get back to where we just were. 128 and just a $25 bounty, not a huge amount. First place is going to be about 10 grand though. Ooh, with 8 blinds here, I think we need to fold. I mean, of course I want to get it in, but I think fold is the right answer. Unfortunately. Oh, and it's break time now too, man. Oh my goodness, Bree. That's not a vibe at all. All right, when we come back, 8 blinds. Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Be right back. Stay with me. A lot of ways to improve here, but we just call. Not a great spot to bluff either. I mean, you'd be trying to bluff pairs that 3-bet pre, so like 10s, jacks, queens, kings. If it goes check, check here on the turn, check on the river, like, do we bluff? I don't think so, right? We just take advantage that their 3-betting range has at least 15% non-ace or 7s, basically by floating flop. Fold the turn. I am glad I played King 7 suited. I think I want to bet the river, ensure that I get paid from an ace. And some jacks as well, honestly. Because it's easy to put me on 8-9 suited, 8-10 suited, 9-10 suited, king-queen float, stuff like that. So I want to make sure I get some value out of my trip 7s here. Ace 3 with hearts. Nice. Back up to 785. A beautiful hand with the ace jack. Let's see how people play. Now is the time to shove. They don't. If we get a 3-bet here, it's really tempting to 4-bet. It's such a good spot for a 3-bet for them, but just a flat. Check, check. Great turn. It's concerning to bet because they could check raise and then we're in a nightmare. People don't that often, but they could. And then we put ourselves in the dumbest spot of all time. But check gives a free card to a lot of stuff. I'm going to check again, I think. It's just nitty, it's nitty, but it's kind of protecting my stack, protecting the ability to get this bounty, not busting in a marginal spot, and also not getting exploited. Obviously, we're going to try and get some value here on the river, right? Or they're going to bet, and we're going to call. Ace jack, we raise. Very much tied at the top and then a short stack on 323. So let's see how we get on here. Okay. Folds through the shorty. We go to the big blind. Core is good. Who calls? King 5-3 rainbow. Thing is, yes, there's a risk in betting here. But the relative risk to our chip stack in relation to the other chip stacks is pretty small. If we win this spot, we essentially tie for the lead. If we lose this small bet, it doesn't really change our ability to get this bounty and be pretty much tied with these other stacks. So we're going to go for C-bet, get called behind from PomKit O, and overcall from Core is good. Turns a 6. I give up. Jacks and 6-7. Okay. I think raise call here with ace nine suited. Raise call, because they're definitely going to jam all their broadways and stuff here. And then Johnny Banks is also going to 3-bet shove a bunch. Good luck. Ace nine, king six for 1.1 million. That's a 9. No king, and we're good. Let's go. They did have us covered by a blind, but that means this bounty is going to be in play right now. And we are in second. Beautiful flop. Let's go. 249 bounty. We are chip leader of the tournament, 3-handed. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Any live events in the future? There's a live small series in Montreal, end of August, that has like a 3K high roller and then like a 1K event, an 800 event. Ooh, awkward. Pair and a gutter. But against a big bet, life is really painful. Because flopping bottom pair, it's not like the flop came jack 7 deuce. Like, it's ace queen jack. It hits all of their 3 bets that are high. And then we beat like the suited connectors. Of course, we have some equity, right? They bet 141. Okay, we'll peel 1 here, I think. And we can consider turning our hand into a bluff for what it's worth on the river against ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, ace 5 against king queen. But we kind of block that here with king jack. It's an optimistic range compared to the times that they have ace king and they're just going to check call. Or ace 10 and they're going to check call. And we don't have to bluff against everything. But they barrel the turn and we just fold. It's fine. Open 6-5, get 3-bet to 227. We call. It's a good crack 'em hand here. And swing and a miss. Big miss. Yo, we're back. We're back with 8 blinds and a dream, Bree. Welcome, chat. There's 79 people left. We're in 77th. Looking like the end of the road. But it's not over till it's over. We just won a tournament for 5 bands. And we're trying to win this one. And here it is, ace queen. This is the moment where we climb our way to the top of the leaderboard. How often do you run into aces? I just got KO'd with kings versus aces on a 50K guaranteed on global. This is my 5th today. Brutal, bro. Brutal. Not that often. Tough. So what's the likelihood that your opponent has aces when you have kings? In a heads-up pot, let's say. Well, first we have to Google how many combos. How many combos? And no one will hold them. 1326. 1,326 combos. So there's 6 combos of aces. Right? 6 combos of aces. So there's 1322 combinations left. But of course, if we know that we have aces, it's going to remove a bunch of combinations from the deck, right? It's going to make ace 5 half as likely, for example. It's going to make ace king half as likely, etc. And I can't diminish those combos off the top of my head having aces without software. But let's assume something like there's 16 combos of suited and unsuited hands, 16 combos of ace king, So that would be cut down to 8. So let's reduce it by about 100. And say that there's about 1,222 combos left, right? So it's going to be 1,222. This is a guess. It's not divided by... Oh, the other way. 6 divided by 1,222. So about 0.5%. Seems about right. 0.5% of the time. 1 in every 200. Seems a reasonable guess. Call. That's not exact, because I would want to use a software tool to find the answer. We got a bounty. Beautiful. 128 plus 62, is that? Yeah, 62. Ten's getting it done with the straight. Lucas knocked down a peg on $1 million. Raise fold. I think it's a little too weak to just shove all in. I definitely don't want to fold on the button though, so. Fold the Jack 6. Pretty trash, but it's nice to be back to 450,000. We've got enough to contend here. Excuse me. You know what we haven't talked about in the wild chat? Crypto. What do you think, chat? What's your outlook on the cryptocurrency? Like, we've seen a lot of good price stuff going on in the last little bit here. 15-minute chart. Yeah, climbed from 64,000 over the last couple of days. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm hopeful. Things seem to be pretty optimistic out there at the moment. That doesn't mean anything, but they do seem to be optimistic. King 10 5 4. That's a straight, no flush for our friend Spud 989. Tough pot. Now King Jack, definitely a very playable hand. Call a shove from click I'm thick. Against Ralbode Galto, I would have called in the big blind. If they call or reshove, then we fold. But if they fold, we call. $75 bounty. Ooh. That's a triple bounty for double stack. Ooh. Okay, we're in there. Ace. 9 is good. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Can we limp 8-3 suited? I think it's fine to fold. It's a pretty bad hand. Top 16 Meg Day 2. Top 16. Fold. Love from India, bro. Thank you, Sandeep. Malik, appreciate you. Welcome. Long time. How you been? Good. Yeah, we won a tournament today. So I'm just a little hazy, a little withered after that, you know, trying to zone back in. We're running deep, but yeah, things are good in general. Having a great summer. How about yourself? How are you? Just don't crypto. Oh, I've been in crypto forever, man. Crypto has been my most profitable investment in any asset ever. At this point. I was first in crypto, like the first time I owned crypto would have been 3,500 a coin, I think. And it's now 68,000. But I don't have a very big percentage of my net worth in crypto, though, because I think it's a very speculative idea. But it's interesting. When I first got into crypto, I didn't really understand, well, much of it, but I didn't understand the underlying thesis to crypto, which is really a mostly libertarian idea of, you know, holding capital outside of sort of government oversight, right? There's whole sections of like anti-taxation in crypto, you know, sort of anarchy of like, you know, personal liberty stuff. But then there's also just like more moderate views of having an asset outside of the various risks that come along with money printing with governments, right? Like a strict scarcity. So yeah, I mean, ideologically, I'm against most of that, but I think it'll be a successful investment because there's a lot of people that feel that way about the world. I don't know. We'll see, man. We really will see. I just didn't understand it much. Bitcoin and ADA for the win. There it is. ADA call. The ADA call. I just have Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's it. And I hold almost nothing personally. Like basically nothing personally. In Canada, we have crypto ETFs, so you can hold it in your sort of government-insured like retirement accounts and investment accounts. So you can force the hedge funds and the holding bodies to do the insurance and then also the reserves of those assets as opposed to like doing it yourself, right? Like I don't want to keep the equivalent of a bunch of cash in my own house that someone could ransom out of me, right? I want to keep it in like the equivalent of a bank. Like yes, it eliminates the purpose of crypto to a lot of people, but to me it doesn't, which is purely as a speculative investment. And allows me to not have to worry about like, you know, storing a bunch of money, which doesn't sound very fun. Rolling with 10-2. Lucas, have nines. Oh, it's nines, Lucas. I said that before I saw it. Jack for fun? No ace or queen. We would have chopped with an ace or queen there. We take it down, 1.2 million. We might win this tournament, actually, which is a little surprising, honestly. We were almost out. And now we're so not out. Settle in, chat. We're chilling. Settle in. King 10. I think we can open this here. A decent one. To give a raise. Good going, bro. I used to watch your streams and videos often there, but I took a break from poker and now was browsing, saw you live. Jumped in to see you and say hello. Well, cheers, man. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, things are good, man. King, queen, ace, queen here. Ace on the flop, but spades for our friend Gandalf. No, bro. Yeah, dude. Can we catch a break for our guy Gandalf here? Please. Also an option to 3-bet there with ace-6. Can sometimes, but we'll call. Check. If the fiat system collapses, will crypto survive or will they collapse due to lack of true liquidity? I mean, I think it would survive, but if the fiat system collapsed, it's not a guarantee that we would, right? Like it would be pandemonium, and I think violence would win the day. So, you know, I think that's really unlikely. I think if anything, it would be a shift, a slow and steady shift. You know, like in that, look at countries like Argentina that have really high inflation, for example. Like it isn't like, oh, like our currency is not going to be used at all. It's just like people store their assets in US dollars and cryptocurrency, and then they spend what they earn on what they need, right? Like in the local currency. So I don't know. I would think the same thing about crypto, which is the less certainty there is in a political environment, the more people would want to hold assets outside of it. But I don't view it as like an overnight collapse or anything like that. I don't think so anyways. It's too like interconnected and globalized between countries. I don't know. When Moon. Not sure, but it is looking good, isn't it, Muggy? It is looking promising. American adoption from both sides of the political aisle. Continued adoption around the world. Continued like mainstream participants. The elimination of sort of like these hacky upstarts. It's looking good. Let's see. I think we fold here. Could mix in a 3-bet too, but not a great lineup behind. Hey, what's up, Hammer? How are you? I used to know a guy named Hammer that played at the Lethbridge Casino. I don't think he's with us anymore, but such a nice dude. What was the tournament you won earlier? The 215 Big Sunday. 215 Big Sunday. Ship it, Dottie. For $48.50. Jean-Philippe Page, let's go. I don't like opening a6. Nine four is pretty trash if either player makes a play at this pot, they're probably going to win. Now, min raise is the only exception if they min raise here. But they limp, which is great. Let's check. Fold the turn. Iconoclast 1963 has something to say about currency, but first we got to decide what to do with sevens here. We're 30 blinds deep. They open hijack. I don't think shoving is very good here. I think flat is the answer. So let's call. And it's a 4x 3-bet. And if they call, we get to call, which would be great for us. But if they fold, we probably have to fold, which is super annoying. We don't cover for a bounty, and we'd be out of position set mining. Calling 210,000. If you look at the history of collapsed currencies lead to swaps, Zimbabwe, Venezuela switch to dollars. Dollars no longer work, then crypto will be obvious choice, especially Bitcoin. I think you're right, yeah. I think it's, well, I don't know about China's currency, but it seems like the next most likely reserve currency, for sure. Are you going to the World Series next year? I don't think so. Jamie one Staples one fan. Don't think so, man. How about yourself? Taxes really suck for Canadians playing tournaments in the U.S. Just in the U.S. So I generally prefer to play in other countries if possible. Yo, Cookie Monster 147 dropped the raid. Welcome everyone tuning in. GG Cookie Monster says great bluff. Just a cooler with full house versus full house. Damn. That's not fun. GG. Sorry to hear that. Welcome everyone tuning in. And thank you so much. Appreciate you. Good morning from Northern Ireland. What's up, Cookie Monster? Best of luck for the rest of the session. I just busted your table. House versus house. Oh, damn. I missed it. I totally didn't see it. Probably 4 minutes ago with the delay, but let me take a look. There it is. That's sick, man. Pain and punishment. Unlucky. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. Marky's a friend of the stream for next time. Thanks, man. Oof. Well, there. What's your strat when Bitcoin gets another big boost? 100K. My strat was holding for the long term. I don't want it to be imbalanced as opposed to stocks, ETFs. Mine is mostly a tax strategy now at the moment, unfortunately. In that I'm a little overweight crypto from where I want to be, but it doesn't make sense to take the capital gain at the moment. Some of it's invested in my company, which means I pay 50% tax on the capital gain. And then some of it is personal, some in tax advantage, some not, etc. So I think I'm kind of stuck holding it until I have a low tax year to where it makes more sense for income. But yeah, I would want to be lessening my exposure a bit at the moment. And kind of true, right? Like when let's say if it sort of doubles up, I would want to just lessen my exposure by 50%-ish. Just cycle that money into, like you said, ETFs, like stocks. I'm getting to a stage where like I want to start taking risk off the table a little bit, I think. So yeah, like any new investment money is going into like equities is the most risky stuff I would invest in at this point. Thank you, Jave Flop 123. Thanks. Thank you for the good luck. Love your content, bro. Lost tonight versus 10-3. Aces versus 10-3. Yikes. That is just not what you want. It's just really not what you want to have happen to you. I'm sorry to hear it, my friend. I was delighted with the little duck in the flop, then 5 on the turn. That's how the cookie crumbled tonight. Yeah, that's set over set. Boat over boat, I guess I should say. Not fun. Thank you, Fluent. We did win the tournament earlier, yes. We did. I'm going, but I have a movie script on the line, so maybe don't get the time. Oh, damn. Let's go. Movie scripts? Movie potential? Sounds cool, man. What's your movie about? Checked in suited. First impression is this is a decent jam. The problem is that there is a little bit more incentive than normal to call, but these are good bluffs. In that when we run into the ace king, ace queen, we're not doing terribly. But now that we get a 3-bet behind, it becomes a very easy fold. Why the conservative strategy? I think there's just diminishing returns, essentially, like on finances. I've got like a theoretical target number in mind of where I would like to be financially. It's kind of like it's like a personal cap, so to speak. And so the higher my likelihood of hitting that number, the less risk I should take on to hit it. In that the personal benefit to me beyond that number is zero. There is there's benefit to society beyond that number, right? And other things that I can support. But looking at it from a purely individual point of view, there's no need to take on additional risk. So, essentially if I hit my number, I should probably shift my money into like fixed income / like very diverse equities. And just go from there, probably. But I wouldn't get there, or it would be unlikely I'd get there in a timely manner if I had that strategy today, So it should slowly slide towards risk off. But if you don't have like a target number, or like, if the perception is always just like, oh, I always want more, well then, you're going to really struggle to risk off ever, because, but I've been kind of specific personally. It's the line. My first thought is to jam, but we have a little less fold equity than typical here. With the bounty on our head, they're going to open wide, but I'm not going to jam queen 10 off, jack 10 off here because it's a bounty. And a non-bounty would definitely be all in, for sure. Movie about story about serial killers. All good, bro. And some good police, but most of the line is protecting kids in the end. Oh, interesting. Very cool. There's a film festival in Montreal at the moment called Fantasia. I think I've been to 2. Rebecca's been to maybe 5 now. She's in one right now. I'm supposed to be going to one in about an hour, but it looks like I might have other plans. So yeah, I've been exploring a bunch of films. Happy films and unhappy films, both. Here we go. This is a great hand. Do you ever play live cash games? I used to play quite a bit before streaming, and then I played for a good 3 months or so last year. Yeah, I enjoy live cash games. I think they're fun. So I think it was going to be a flat originally against this open, but once it goes flat call, I like the jam. This is an extra dead money amount that's often not going to be the nuts here because they would just 3-bet. You know, they can still play aces and kings, but it's not going to be like queens or jacks, for example, right? So I like the squeeze for that reason with the extra dead money. Heads up, it's close, right? Probably better a flat. Heads up. Too bad. Ace queen. We need a queen or a 7. GG. That's that, chat. 299.77, and the end of the day is here. But hey, $3,500 profit, $3,600, pretty good, man. I'll take it. Thank you all so much for watching the show today. Hope you enjoyed it. Please hit the follow button wherever you're watching or subscribe on YouTube. I'm going to be back this week with more poker action. We've got the Grand Prix main event tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching. Oh, and just one reminder as well. The big quarter, $11 big quarter going on PartyPoker. Lots of day ones this week. Day 2 is on Monday, August 5th. So get those in there. Thanks so much for watching, but until next time, we'll see you.